We're live.
Okay. Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Saturday, March 14th edition of Saturday Free School. Today, we'll be having the first day of a two-day seminar discussion around Capitalism and Global History, which is a book by Sven Beckert, but we will be using it to discuss and synthesize our own theory that we've been developing as Free School over the last years. And so through the years, Free School has stood for the development of theory and new forms of knowledge. And for us, theory is not an abstract form of intellectual exercise, but it's necessary to make sense of our world and liberate our people. And so we believe that we need to know the history and the reality of the society that we live in. We need to know who we are as a people in the United States and in relation to the world. We believe that ideas can clarify the moral imperative, and that in doing so, they can change human consciousness and transform human beings. And this is especially necessary when white supremacy has attacked the consciousness of the people to corrode our moral and political capacity in the US, but also in the world. And so we need a science of how to achieve progressive social change that accounts for complexities of human consciousness, and that actually strives to see the human being in their totality. And so on the one hand, the activist left lacks a clear theoretical picture that can guide revolutionary practice. Its lack of theory can make its work reformist or even just reactionary. And then on the other hand, the academic intellectual class has separated itself from the people and abandoned them. And their intellectual activity lacks urgency and imagination, and is often just counter-revolutionary propaganda. So knowing that, we seek to intervene in the ideological struggle and build revolutionary theory, which can be a weapon for people's movements in the 21st century. And so, as we all know, we're holding this seminar at a time of a war effort by a very bankrupt ruling elite. And so their moral depravity for murder and for destruction may be unmatched, but at the same time, the extent of anti-war sentiment and opposition by the people is also very unprecedented. We see our revolutionary task as to make sense of these times, and we have to do so scientifically. And fundamentally, we think that a theory that's actually anchored in the reality of our people, their history, their struggles, their aspirations, can break the shackles of indecision and clarify the path forward. And fundamentally, we approach the seminar like grounded in that knowledge. And so Sven Beckert's book, Capitalism, A Global History, tries to understand the historical development of the system of capitalism that we see today. We're going to engage with the book, we're going to critique the book, and we're going to synthesize free school developments that we've made in light of the current situation and in light of the concepts and the evidence that the book presents. And so, just refreshing, we have the Lenin-Du Bois synthesis and Du Bois as an originator of a new world movement of thought. We have this idea of 5 interlocking crises, and we also have this idea of a transition that will take place from the age of Europe to the age of humanity through an Afro-Asiatic reconstitution of the people and the idea of a new colored modernity. And so today we're going to discuss 3 main questions, and we'll approach them through 3 different sessions. The 3 sessions are, first, the significance of capitalism as a revolutionary force. Second, the centrality of war and white supremacy to the development of capitalism and our current world order. And then third, the meaning of the abolishment of slavery and the defeat of Reconstruction. And so I will moderate and then set the theme of the discussion. And so I will be speaking and framing some of the different parts. But we ask everybody, including on the stream, on the Zoom, and in the comments, to participate just with a certain sense of seriousness in our purpose. Okay, and so first we can talk a little bit more about the crisis, and I think actually work out like more of why do we need theory in these times. And so Doc has talked about the moment as 5 interlocking crises, and that this goes a lot beyond economic conditions, and that combined they represent an existential breakdown of the status quo. And so briefly, these 5 crises are deindustrialization, which was an attack on working people. It was an attack on the basic assumptions of our society. The second is the cost of empire, which we see today with the American state unable to maintain its grip on the world. This has led to Israel and the US attacking Iran. This war affects the entire world. And the cost of empire has brought us to a white supremacist social system that is crumbling, but has also perhaps never been more dangerous and desperate. We've also talked about the crisis of legitimacy of the political elite who have alienated the people through the former two crises of poverty and war. And because of this, they cannot govern. And in doing so, they try to now appropriate the legitimacy of civilization itself. They claim to wage a war on behalf of Western civilization. But unfortunately, the premise of civilization itself is also in crisis. There's a sense of decadence, pessimism, and spiritual despair. There's a lack of faith in the past and existential questions about the future. And so lastly, and most importantly for today, we see this sense of nihilism as coming from a lack of knowledge and a crisis of knowledge itself, where people lack a way of examining the full extent of these crises and where they actually came from to know whether there's a future. And so each of these crises demand their own response and their own resolution. But today, in meeting and discussing, I think we seek to directly attack the crisis of knowledge to hope that that can contribute to the resolution of the other components and the other crises as well. And so, yeah, I think we know that our theory is not completely worked out, but we want to develop it and we want to grow in our understanding to move towards a complete science. And so we want to be open and honest, but fundamentally we share a sense of commitment and responsibility to humanity. And that's the moral precondition for knowledge. And we can't afford to be pessimistic because we're doing this for the children and for a more human future. And so I think basically, yeah, this is an opportunity to actually synthesize what we've been building, and I don't think we need to hesitate or hold back. And broadly, times of war, danger, and violence should propel theory forward. They create the imperative for knowledge that can meet the urgency of the moment. And so I think we see ourselves similarly to Lenin in 1917 on the cusp of the October Revolution, or Du Bois writing Black Reconstruction during the crisis of the Great Depression, or the world in Africa after World War II. And so these works were very concrete. They were relevant to the problems that the people faced. They were specific, recognizing the present moment and the qualitative difference of that moment from the crises of the past. And so I think in general, we want to strive to hold ourselves to those standards and then continue to advance our understanding of the present crisis as it's actually developed over the last 10 years. Yeah, and so I invite anybody to speak on the current crisis and whether they also have thoughts about the purpose of the seminar.
I'll speak later.
Rashi, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to. Oh, what happened?
No, you're good. Keep going.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay. No, I just wanted to say that I agree with Nouri. I think that we are really facing an unprecedented crisis around the world. And I think the effects of what is happening in the US is being felt around the world in ways that I don't think it had been felt before, even let's say 5 years ago. And so this question of, I think in understanding what led up to the present moment, and particularly one of the things that we have been discussing is thinking about the system and the crisis of the system as a world system, or that the white supremacist system is not just something that's only internal to America, but really is something that is present in the world. So that's, I think, something that's becoming more and more clear with all of the developments that have taken place. And I think it is, yeah, I like the way, you're formulating this question of why we need to think theoretically about the situation, because I think at this time, given the complexities of the situation, and I think this is around, there is a lot of moral paralysis. A lot of people are not sure how to make sense of things, where they should act, who they should look to, what they should do. And I think a lot of it comes from a lack of clarity about the situation, and that comes from the way we've talked about it, and insufficient theoretical basis for understanding the situation. Because I think ultimately you do need a theoretical basis to understand how we are, what led up to where we are today, and what is our course of, what is our practice, what is our course of action. And I think many of the things that Free School has talked about over the past few years are really coming together right now. And I think we are able to make sense of many of the ways in which we practice, in which we engage in political activity, as following from our understanding of the world and our understanding, theoretical understanding, and our understanding of knowledge, our understanding of science. So I do see many of these things coming together, and so I'm looking forward to how we discuss that and bring that out today.
I think in addition to what Raju is emphasizing about, this is both what Raju emphasized and Nuri was laying out in terms of that, especially in America, I know that in the 250th planning process, we talk a lot about the state of the American people, not just in terms of quote unquote economic inequality or poverty, material conditions, but even in terms of that psychological level. There's a certain, not just a crisis of knowledge that young people in particular, for example, are coming up and maturing in a time where they don't understand not just the world around them, but their place in the world, who to be, what is right and wrong. There's that aspect, but I also think something, as I was thinking about the seminar today, I also thought deeply about how, this year's the 250th of the American Revolution, and there's so much emphasis, especially with the rising anger at Trump. In particular, there's a lot of conversation around democracy. And I think, interestingly, like in preparing for the seminar, I started taking Du Bois a lot more seriously as well. And I think we have an opportunity to clarify, for example, what do we mean by democracy? And in particular, what is the relationship between democracy and labor? Because I think Beckert is also proposing a certain understanding of not just capitalism as an abstract concept, but he's trying to base it upon facts. How does objectively capitalism appear? How does it shape and form social systems, social relations, human relations, states themselves, politics, worldviews, consciousness. And I think Beckert has a certain thesis. So in full transparency, I didn't read all of Beckert, but my sense is that Beckert is linking, for example, capitalism not just as an economic system, but even proposing that capitalism, shapes both political, social, human relations and systems and human beings themselves. Like capitalism is driving the world we see. So my assumption is that Beckert is also in some ways proposing, whether he explicitly does so or implies it, a certain understanding of quote unquote democracy or liberalism or the liberal state or something. I think Du Bois in particular, he is really, as a thinker, a complete thinker of not just democracy, but also of labor. And obviously we can even go into logics as well. He has a certain logic of human development, a certain logic of world development. So I think this is, to me, I'm really interested, especially in this moment of, we call it a civilizational crisis, the 5 interlocking crises, but in particular, I just know that for the American people, there's a sense of where is the end destination of all this? What is the end destination of our maturation? What is the purpose of human development? And even this concept of democracy. What do we mean by democracy? Is democracy just a governmental process? Or is there a connection between democracy and labor that has to be actually thought out? And then the second thing I wanted to add is, I think this seminar is really important because, I've also been thinking a lot about someone like Fidel. These great sacred giants, these revolutionary heroes who even the left worships. But why do we worship them? I mean, people like Fidel, people from Fidel to Mao to the Bandung leaders, even the great Black freedom fighters of this country, someone like Du Bois, even Robeson, they're not just leaders of political struggles, but they themselves, even when you read Fidel's spoken autobiography, he's deeply thinking about what are the major contradictions of not just of Cuba that are facing Cuban people, but the world system. How do you scientifically, through knowledge and theory, actually explain the major contradictions stopping human beings from marching forward? And then to what? What are human beings marching forward to? What are they actually supposed to tackle in their political struggles? What are they supposed to be overcoming? I mean, we have a feeling for it, but to actually define it, to clarify and theoretically define it, I think is so important, because to even take someone like Fidel seriously, to take Du Bois seriously, to take Robeson seriously, and let's just throw in King, to take someone like King seriously. I mean, they had a certain, whether you want to call it epistemology or logic, I mean, they have a certain worldview of what is really at this point the system that is shaping human thought. And I mean, I think, like, we'll get into it, but I do think there's a global system of capitalism that has been a major force, right? But I also think we're defining that. You know how in free school we talk a lot about what does it mean to revisit, redefine, re-understand the 20th century into the 21st century? Those great freedom struggles, not just the Black workers' general strike in the Civil War, but even the Black freedom struggle that crystallizes from that after the defeat of Reconstruction in the 50s and 60s, or the Chinese Revolution, the Indian freedom struggle, Bandung, this proposal of a world democracy, the non-aligned movement. I think in some ways our conversation today will also help clarify, will provide some theoretical framework, will give us an opportunity to even discuss what do we mean by the Bandung leaders were putting together a certain understanding of the world system that they're confronting in order to even talk about a new world. And I just think that's important because, I mean, if you want to understand someone like Xi Jinping today and what the Chinese state has achieved, I mean, you're going to have to understand, in some ways, I think we're putting together some of the framework that we could assess how much Xi Jinping or Chinese Communist Party is actually engaging in the same language of a global system of capitalism, or maybe China and Xi Jinping is engaging on a totally different foundation, a totally different footwork. So that's kind of why I'm excited about today.
Yeah, and I just want to add, picking up on something that Neri had said, which is it's exactly times of violence and war and chaos that propel theory forward. And I think, I know that we kind of intuitively know this, but I think it's worth stating over and over again that part of the kind of internal mandate that we all feel in the Saturday Free School is the need for new and better theory. And I think this is us kind of taking up that task of new and better theory. But I liked the examples of Lenin in the throes of the First World War, basically developing this concept of imperialism, as well as his other kind of classic work, State and Revolution, on the cusp of the October Revolution. And then similarly, like not just with Black Reconstruction, but even in that same period, Du Bois putting forward his own idea of what was the world going through in the First World War with the African roots of war.
Right.
And that it's exactly those moments of the most profound crises and confusion and war and violence that call for a better theory. And it's not just for the sake of talking about it, but I think that part of how I understand that journey that Emily brought up of the 20th century is you do have to take seriously something like Marxism, Leninism for the purpose that it, I think, more than any other kind of movement of thought prior to that, unleashes this idea that all of humanity can participate in the same process, with a common framework of knowledge. And I'm not bringing that up to be like, oh, we just have to go back to Marxism, Leninism, but it's like that's part of the promise of science, the promise of knowledge, the promise of theory. And we have to try to answer that task. And I think that, like others have said, the free school has been doing this, and we are prepared to do it. And I think this is one iteration of us taking up that challenge. But I think, yeah, like it is a question today. Is there a framework of knowledge by which all of humanity, including people here in the United States, can feel that they are participating in a world process, the same world process, the same struggle? And I think we have, arguments around this. We have kind of ideas and theses and things that we want to put forward. But I feel like that is part of the challenge of today, is because the world is so interconnected, and like Raju said, also because what happens in America has so much consequence for what happens in the world. Like literally, Iran is the case, like the example of that. And I just want to say that because it's like some people might ask like, oh, like in this time of war, why is Free School doing a seminar about XYZ, about capitalism, whatever? And it's not even that we're saying that capitalism is the cause of all this stuff, but I think for us, it's a jumping off point to try to actually attack that question of what knowledge helps the people to be best prepared to meet the crisis and to feel that they are participating in a world struggle, which they are, because of the interconnectedness of the world that we live in.
Just let me know if you can't hear me.
Should I?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, should I? Okay. I just, I feel that we really have an opportunity with this symposium to theorize and to understand what Emily was saying, the anti-colonial and anti-imperialist struggles of the 20th century. And, Indira Gandhi has this phrase she uses to describe the Indian freedom struggle. She says it's an unfinished revolution. And I think, that's what we're dealing with all over the world. We're dealing with unfinished revolutions, both within the United States, but also in the nations of Africa and Asia. And my sense is that we have the chance to understand what these struggles really represented. And I think some of the research in this book, which I hope we can discuss, shows that those relationships which we saw between the anti-colonial struggles were not just matters of coincidence, but really they reflected the fact that those who were considered backwards, and for example, the enslaved proletariat or the Indian peasantry or the Chinese peasantry, those that were considered backward could indeed have been the fundamental motive force in the contradictions of, the white, what we want to call the white supremacist social system or global capitalism. And I think that puts the anti-colonial struggles, the Black freedom movement in a new light, and it puts more emphasis on what the Free School has been working towards, which is to bring back the legacy and the memory of Martin Luther King Jr. That's just what I wanted to say.
Oh, I wanted to say my objective today with this seminar is related to Sven Beckert, is expanding on what Jeremiah said. His history of capitalism explains developments today, but I also am interested in bridging the gap using Doc's work to Du Bois, and it reminds me of what he said about blues being the rhythmic narrative, and a lot of what I thought was missing that Du Bois fills in is this idea of the narrative of the people. I think that relates to the democratic question. And while we're on the topic of current events and Iran, the other thing I wanted to say was, I think that the political system in Iran, so let me just say, I came into the activist movement as a Leninist, like, trained by other Leninists. So I'm not in favor of religious governments, but it seems like people around the world look more increasingly to the past. And, I've talked to Kathy and I've used the word primitivism. And, with the dim vision of the future, people are more increasingly looking at the past. And Iran is a good example, looking at the doctrine of, martyrdom developed in Iranian ideology. But it's just so interesting that it seems like in the war that the Iranian political system is stabilized. And, I think that Sven Beckert, what he's missing is a narrative. What I would have liked to have seen that Du Bois would include would be, Sven Beckert includes a lot of primary sources, but he's missing the narrative of the people. He's missing, something that I think Howard Zinn would do better, of people's history of the United States. But I think that's an ambitious task for Sven Beckert to do, a people's history of capitalism. But in my opinion, that was the aspect that I thought was missing, the narrative.
Okay. I think we can transition into reading Raju's review, which covers basically the different developments of the book. And then Doc will respond and then talk a little bit about the book as well. But I think in general, yeah, we see our task as clarifying why the existing theories actually are insufficient. And I think in general, like all of our critique and engagement comes from a place where we can be very explicit about our assumptions, our epistemology, and our political purpose. And yeah, like we believe in intellectual inquiry, but we also believe in ideological clarity. And so we want to do that work. But since we're already talking about the book, maybe we can jump into the review now.
Sure. So this is an essay that Raju had published recently, and he had studied the entire book, and it's titled Rethinking Capitalism Beyond Markets. Capitalism is a system embedded in politics, power, and nature, shaped by evolving state forms rather than markets alone. Capitalism, A Global History, argues that the system's historical adaptability is key to understanding its post-neoliberal future. In the early pages of Sven Beckert's Capitalism, A Global History is a quote by Jawaharlal Nehru. Quote, "The old idea of writing a history of any one country has become progressively out of date," end quote. Beckert agrees in his 1,344-page book, as the title indicates, is an attempt to write a global history of a system that almost completely shapes our contemporary world. Beckert's book is unusual in many respects. To begin with, the history of capitalism is primarily seen as a European and eventually North American story. Social scientific work across different ideological inclinations has tended to universalize the European experience. Modernization theory, for example, argues that capitalism leads invariably to liberal democratic state forms. Certain dogmatic kinds of Marxism tend to view society as progressing in a linear manner. However, at the other extreme, a complete rejection of universals offers no basis for comparing the developments of different societies. As Beckert writes in his introduction, the need for a new history is partly a response to the remarkable changes we have witnessed in the past several decades. We are witnessing the economic and political modernization of a large part of the world at an unprecedented pace. This is happening at a time when our world is more closely linked than ever before. Capitalism itself is a word that only came into use, Beckert informs us, in the mid-19th century. While it escapes easy definition, He defines it as, quote, a global process in which economic life is fundamentally driven by the ceaseless accumulation of privately controlled capital, is structured by the state, and propels the ever-expanding commodification of inputs and outputs, end quote. However, the book does not attempt to look at capitalism primarily as an economic system, but rather as, quote, embedded in politics, nature, the distribution of social power, and cultures and institutions, end quote. A recurring theme in the book is the importance of the state to capitalism. Beckert argues that capitalism is not synonymous with markets, which predate capitalism and have never defined it in its totality. The evolution of state forms is very closely interlinked with and essential to the development of capitalism itself. There are two classical theorists that Beckert refers to as most notable in their study of capitalism, Adam Smith and Karl Marx. Indeed, much of Beckert's writing points to a strong influence of Marx, although he avoids direct engagement with classical Marxist concepts or debates. He cites French historian Fernand Braudel, famous for the 3-volume work Civilization and Capitalism, 15th to 18th century, and the concept of the longue durée as his most important inspiration. The central idea in his work is that everyday slow-moving practices can structure the change of a system along with the rapid revolutionary changes. As Stephen Jay Gould termed it in the biological context, evolution proceeds through what he called punctuated equilibria, in which long periods of small change are interrupted by brief, rapid bursts of transformation. To capture these different timescales, Beckert relies on a variety of sources for his work, including archival material and ethnographic study. The book references a vast amount of primary and secondary material, and the notes themselves occupy more than 150 pages. Beckert is co-chair of the Program on the Study of Capitalism at Harvard University. Origins of Capitalism. The book's starting point in space and time is unusual and somewhat arbitrary. The Yemeni port of Aden in the year 1150. Beckert describes the strong trade routes that were built between different parts of the world in the early years of the second millennium. Merchants appear as important protagonists in this history. Cities like Baghdad, Bukhara, Samarkand, and Cairo appear as important nodes of capital, as do Indian cities such as Kozhikode and Surat. Beckert terms the merchants in these cities as the first capitalists who were establishing nodes of capital and connecting them slowly through trade routes. However, they tended to have limited political power and were dependent on producers whose production was organized primarily for local needs rather than for a global economy. The relationship of these merchants to the state and rulers differed around the world and was often fraught. However, Beckert argues that these nodes of capital and their linkages set the preconditions for the emergence of capitalism, and, in this sense, capitalism was global from its very origin. Beckert relies primarily on secondary material for this work, and none of these claims are particularly new. There has been a vast amount of work done by world systems theorists, including Immanuel Wallerstein, Janet Abu-Lughod, and others like Jairus Banaji and Irfan Habib, all of whom are referenced. He manages to summarize this vast literature in an accessible language, and the writing in the book is clear and very readable. Europe appears as a marginal actor in this period, and it was the defeat of the Byzantines by the Ottomans in 1453 that led to a search for alternative trade routes and the arrival of European ships in America. Beckert argues that it was the comparative weakness of the European state that allowed European merchants to gain a comparatively dominant position in the state apparatus. Beckert describes the creation of new, quote, islands of capital, end quote, by European merchants, including Cape Verde, an uninhabited set of islands off the coast of West Africa. A, quote, plantation complex, unquote, was built in Cape Verde, in many ways setting a historical precedent for the kinds of plantations that were to eventually dominate large parts of the world. These islands of capital were important, argues Beckert, because they allowed the uninhibited use of the logic of capital to operate. Another example of such an island of capital that Beckert gives is the town of Potosi in present-day Bolivia, high in the Andes Mountains. It became famous as a silver mining town, and by around 1600 was one of the largest cities in the world. As Beckert describes it, quote, 160,000 Andean, African, and European inhabitants labored in what has been called the, quote, first city of capitalism, mining huge quantities of silver that made the city's market so opulent that it offered costly sugar, spices, and wine, despite the difficulty of transporting them 12,000 feet above sea level. Potosi soon saw a kind of premature flowering of a capitalist society in which everything that was produced or consumed was exchanged on markets, end quote. All of the silver was used to buy Asian goods, and, quote, more than 1/3 of all silver mined in Latin America ended up in Asia, end quote. Indeed, the early phase of the spread of this capitalist logic involved so much violence, including the genocide in America and the transatlantic slave trade, that Beckert gives it a name, war capitalism. He argues that it was made possible by the alliance between merchants and the state in Europe. Beckert therefore does not see the rise of Europe and the special place it achieves within the world capitalist system as having any monocausal explanation. Rather, it is explained by a multiplicity of causes in a complex system and the particular position that Europe managed to achieve in an interlinked world economy. Another island of capital that Beckert spends time on is the island of Barbados. The logic of capital started totally dominating Barbados as a whole. As Beckert argues, slavery was a commodified labor form that was literally essential to the development of capitalism. He writes, quote, modern scholars have confirmed the insights that Caribbean and African American intellectuals, such as Eric Williams, Walter Rodney, C.L.R. James, W.B. Du Bois, Aimé Césaire, and Anton de Comte offered nearly a century ago, end quote. Beckert is clear that it was not freedom that marked the origin of capitalism, but slavery. Marx had discussed this as the, quote, primitive accumulation of capital. For Beckert, however, slavery was not part of the prehistory of capitalism, but central to its formation. It allowed Europe to take, quote, a great leap forward. Beckert discusses this as a complex feedback loop involving slavery, rising industry, and new state forms superimposed on pre-existing global trade networks. To take an example from later in the history of capitalism, much is made of the Manchester Mills and their role in the Industrial Revolution. The study of the working class in early British industry is seen as foundational to understand the working class itself. As Beckert writes, if there were 17,771 wage workers in the textile industry in Manchester in 1851, there were, quote, 76,337 enslaved workers in the Mississippi Delta who grew cotton for those mills, end quote. Similarly, if there were 1 million workers in European textiles and coal manufacture, there were 2.5 million enslaved workers producing cotton, sugar, and coffee. The slave trade was all important for Europe economically, and Beckert substantiates this with several statistical facts. To quote an example in the book, the British government had to borrow an amount equal to 40% of its entire budget to compensate slave owners in 1835 after slavery was abolished in the British Empire. Countries that were seemingly at the periphery of European capitalism, like Switzerland, were also heavily involved in the slave trade. The abolition of slavery was driven in large part by repeated slave rebellions, and Beckert highlights the Haitian Revolution of 1791 to 1804 as especially important for the transformation of capitalism. He links it to the sharp increase in cotton production in the US as the revolution in Haiti disrupted global supplies and opened space for the US to become the main supplier of raw cotton to world markets. Over time, this led to the expansion of the indentured labor system in Asia. Transformation of capitalism. By the mid-19th century, Beckert argues, a distinct capitalist civilization had emerged. However, this new order also produced unprecedented global hierarchies, which in turn led to fierce rebellions. These uprisings occurred in many parts of the world, including slave revolts in Cuba and Brazil, peasant rebellions in India, Java, and Mexico, workers' uprisings in Europe, and the US Civil War. Taken together, these struggles played an important role in shaping the forms of capitalism that we see around us today. Beckert spent some time on the bourgeois revolutions of Europe in 1848, such as in France and Germany. He describes the social networks that the bourgeoisie created and shows how important they were in helping his class gain political power. The bourgeoisie sought to transform capitalism, wrest power from the old landed aristocracy, and establish the nation state. In many ways, the US Civil War served as a microcosm of the broader global changes that Beckert describes, especially the reorganization of political economies and class and race relations in a world increasingly shaped by industrial capitalism. At the same time, industrial workers rebelled against the abominable conditions created by capitalist industry. These rebellions coincided with the great economic crisis of the 1870s and the ensuing Long Depression. Together, these many rebellions in the midst of crisis pushed capitalism through a far-reaching transformation. The capitalism of 1900, Beckert writes, would be almost unrecognizable to the generation of the mid-19th century, but broadly speaking, it would be recognizable to us today, end quote. The bourgeois architects of this reconstruction included figures such as Carl Rockling, Andrew Carnegie, and Henry Ford. The changes in capitalism led to a huge increase in output and the shift to heavy industries like steel, coal, and so on. These heavy industries led to new forms of organization of factories, the integration of different kinds of industries, and new forms of management. It depended on efficient means of transportation and specialized knowledge. Commodity chains were created and monopolized by businesses. The corporation emerged where capital owners were distinguished from management. New social institutions, including private schools and universities, became the hub of a new national elite. Beckert argues that the bourgeoisie expanded to include professionals like lawyers, engineers, managers, etc. Harvard Business School, for example, was founded in 1908. Finally, the increased need for capital led to large banks and industries working together, and finance becoming increasingly important. As all of this concurrently led to industrialists achieving greater political importance. This is also the time when Europe and America established a completely dominant position in the global economy. Beckert identifies two major challenges to this new industrial capitalism: the Russian Revolution and the anti-colonial struggles. He presents India as the paradigmatic example of an anti-colonial struggle. In this context, he discusses the Bombay Plan of 1944 to 45 and the early enthusiasm that independent India would develop into an industrialized nation. Beckert also considers the experiences of Egypt, Nigeria, and Senegal, though these comparative discussions are relatively brief. Overall, Beckert supports arguments that anti-colonialism led to the emergence of new nodes of capital and tried to reshape the global economy into a new international economic order. That is, a different set of global economic rules that would benefit the people of the newly independent states. Future of capitalism. The counter-revolution to decolonization was led by a group of intellectuals known as the neoliberals. Interestingly, Beckert argues that neoliberalism was more concerned about decolonization than about the Cold War, and sought to create an international economic system that would push the newly independent nations into a permanently subservient position. Basically, he describes neoliberalism as a counter-revolution against decolonization. Therefore, he views the assassination of Salvador Allende and the restructuring of Chile as a foundational moment for neoliberalism, rather than, say, the breaking of the air traffic controller strike by Ronald Reagan in 1981. This is an interesting argument and quite relevant to South Asia, which saw significant upheaval in that period. Beckert believes that the recent growth of China has been possible precisely because it did not conform to the neoliberal remaking of capitalism. A substantial proportion of the population of India and the world have only seen this neoliberal period of capitalism, a time in which the logic of capitalism seemingly pervades every aspect of human existence. However, simultaneously, they are also living in a period that has seen some of the greatest failures of this particular form of capitalism, starting from the financial crisis of 2008. Deep global hierarchies continue and have led to different kinds of rebellion in the past few years. The age of neoliberal capitalism is already over. It is not clear what will come next, but knowing the history of capitalism is important to understanding this future. Beckert argues that capitalism is characterized by its flexibility and non-dogmatism, and thus will likely be able to adapt to this future. Beckert's book is very ambitious, and one wonders if it properly requires a multi-volume study. There are surely many aspects of his argument that will invite criticism. His emphasis on the global nature of capitalism sometimes joins together very different world events in a common narrative without necessarily establishing a logical link between them. At a certain level, the American Civil War is connected to the 1857 rebellion in India and the Meiji Restoration, but it will take more work to establish what these connections were. At certain points, the book becomes somewhat repetitive as Beckert works to fit a wide range of historical facts into his overarching narrative. There is also a tension at the heart of this narrative. It is concerned with the history of an economic system that, he argues, eventually structures all aspects of our society. As a result, the book never fully escapes an economist bent. It is hard to grasp the historical importance of the dynamics of racism or of anti-colonial struggles solely from the standpoint of the economic transformation of the capitalist system, even though both are surely central to that transformation. Although Beckert's emphasis on slavery is unusual and important, and takes up a large part of the book, he only mentions, and does not substantially engage with, any of the aforementioned writers on capitalism and slavery. In particular, his research reflects the importance of W.E.B. Du Bois and his Black Reconstruction in America, first published in 1935 for an understanding of capitalism. As Beckert notes at the very beginning, the study of capitalism has traditionally produced sharply opposed ideological sides. He argues that this has, quote, severely compromised our understanding of capitalism, end quote. While it is doubt true that much writing on capitalism, especially in academic work, is dogmatic, it is also true that the epistemological assumptions involved in studying a system that structures human existence cannot afford to be neutral. Nevertheless, Beckert's book will be of interest to both those who wish to save capitalism and those who wish to change it. It presents a large amount of scholarship and several arguments that will challenge those who wish to imagine a different future for our present world system. The story of capitalism, writes Beckert, is often made from its margins, not its centers.
Would you want to?
Maybe Raju would like to
Okay.
respond.
Raju, would you like to summarize or respond to your own article that you wrote?
Well, I told Nouri that I'm not sure if it's the best thing to read, but she said that we should read it. And yeah, it was written, I would say, more as I was trying more to summarize the arguments in the book. It was not really written as a critical analysis of the book. It was published in a kind of online journal in India. That's partly why I reference India in a few places. I think, there are many things that I think we would get into today that I don't really say in the review. Would require sort of more time and more explanation to get into, including this question of whether capitalism is the right way to characterize the system in the first place, which we'll get to today. I guess that's all I would say.
Yeah, well, I want to thank you, Nouri, for your opening presentation and setting this up. And I can't say how happy I am to see Raju and Menditha. And of course, I've saved your seat right here for you, Purva. I miss you so badly. But, a lot of people ask the question, why was this book written at this time? And why did Harvard University provide a place and a research institute, and I would suspect a lot of money for this research to go forward? I would speculate that this is the result of at least 5 years of research by a group of researchers, including literally a small army of PhD students. And Raju mentioned that to really do justice to this kind of research, this longitudinal research, you need a multi-volume study. And I'm certain that out of this book and the research that has gone into it, many PhDs will be written, because the research team was made up of a lot of PhD candidates. The other thing is that a lot of money went into this, at least $5 million. I would just off the top, at least $5 million. And that's from both Harvard and from the publisher. To package this as it is, to edit it, is an enormous task. We're looking at over 1,000 pages and then 150 pages of footnotes, which is a whole nother study of the book. But a lot of money went into it. And so the question of why, if capitalism and capitalists and finance capitalists are so confident, why did they need a new history of capitalism, a new explanation of capitalism? Well, I would say that they are not so confident, and the book is an ideological manifestation of the crisis of capitalism and of capitalists and their intellectual supporters. So what triggers it? I think Beckert says it at the end. I wish he had said it at the beginning. He left us holding our breaths, trying to figure out, well, why did you do this book? Why all of this time? Why all of this research? And really it was the 2008, 2009 crisis. They sometimes referred to as the Great Recession, which was the greatest capitalist downturn since the Great Depression, which shook the confidence of capitalists all over the world, because they then began to consider maybe the system cannot be reproduced. And so this, and then why Harvard and why not Harvard? The premier American university, and certainly those who run Harvard want to be out in front of all the great ideological and political struggles of our time. So Harvard is an appropriate place. The economic recession of 2008, 2009 is the appropriate trigger. But then if that were not enough, what they call populist movements leading to the first election of Donald Trump, and of course now his second election, on the basis of a deep dissatisfaction with capitalism and the capitalist ruling elite. That continues up to this day, although now Donald Trump, who has attached himself to the very people that he said he was fighting against, is now the target of the deep anger of the people. But I would just go back, and I have to say, I read the book a little bit differently than you, Raju, although your reading clarifies things that I overlooked, that I missed, you know? I was reading this book through, I think, what are the foundational theorists of the book. It is a book, at least the first part, that is grounded in Marxist political economy, in particular Das Kapital. The second part of the book, you know, the reconstruction of capital, begins with what is, even though he doesn't mention it, is Lenin's imperialism, is Hilferding's finance capital, you know, and he proceeds from that. And the idea of a world system is made concrete in this period, and such. But, and then of course he tacks on his third theorist is Max Weber, and the reason for that, I think, is Weber's idea that the spirit of capitalism is also driven by the ideology of the bourgeois revolution and of the bourgeoisie, which is individualism and rationalism. You know, how it's kind of complicated. He doesn't completely get it right, but that's what he says. And then, as you mentioned, Ferdinand Bradel, the longue durée. Some people have even mentioned a type of Kondratiev long wave theorizing, that he doesn't deal with a year or a decade, but he deals with things in a long wave. And so all of that can be used as a lens to look at it, because you have to have a lens to look at this book. Because I think you would agree with me, Raju, sometimes Beckert is all over the place. And you can quote one thing one place, and then it's a contradiction in the next chapter to what he said in the previous one. So it takes, and as you did, Raju, you know, you're looking at it in one way, I'm looking, and definitely I was looking at it in a different way, I would say. The other thing I would say is that he does not square the circle at the end of the day. When you get to the last chapter, you say, hometown, you didn't do it. With all of the promise of the first part of the book, which I think is the best part of the book, when he gets to that second part, he becomes literally a journalist, reporting on the devastation of capitalism. For instance, Detroit, Michigan, and deindustrialization. And he's left with a lot of questions. How does capitalism pull itself out of this current crisis? And his claim is that capitalism has pulled itself out of every other crisis over this long 500 years. It has been able to adapt, to reinvent, to reimagine. And by it, it's very interesting how he anthropomorphizes a system and sometimes separates it from the human beings that make it up. And what Samir said, a people's history of capitalism would look very different than this structuralist and functionalist history. And if I could just say a small thing on that, you know, there's so many layers of theory. You know, he does acknowledge the French sociologists of the 1970s and 80s. For example, Pierre Braudel, beautiful. And he uses these, you know, very sophisticated French sociological terms like nodes and islands and archipelagos and such. That's quintessential French sociology. But he's also drawing upon a kind of American sociology associated with the American sociologist Talcott Parsons, what we call structural functionalism. That you look at structures and you try to understand their functions and how, in order for social structures, and in the case of Beckert, economic structures, how do they function to adapt to changing conditions? So that's in the mix. We usually associate that. Am I talking too much? We usually associate that type of sociology with conservative social or systemic maintenance, that systems have an adaptability, that especially the American social system has its own built-in adaptability. That's all over Beckert until he gets to the end and says, I don't know if we can work out of this last great crisis. But that's all, it's a structural functionalism. And that is very, for me, it became very disturbing because that is the opposite of a dialectical logic, this logic of stabilization, logics of adaptability, not logics of profound transformation. But then, this is where the Marxian Das Kapital part is very important. And he's a German, he was brought up on Marxism, I guess, from the beginning of his schooling, and he knows Marxism. And that's good, but here it is. He makes the robust claim that almost makes you, as they say, clutch your pearls or take a deep breath. Do you really believe it, man? When he makes the claim that capitalism is a forever revolutionary system. Not just revolutionary in the first 200 years, but forever revolutionary. That the capitalist class, his language, is a revolutionary vanguard. And he barely stops making that claim until maybe the last chapter and the epilogue. But he makes that claim continue. The capitalist class is a revolutionary vanguard. Capitalism as a system is a forever revolutionary system. So the question is, well, why do you say that? And his argument is that capitalism is the first system in world history that constantly liberates the productive forces of society. He's not wrong up to a point. As compared to most known social systems, or what we know about most previous social systems, capitalism emancipates productive forces. Hence, to the extent that it constantly liberates productive forces, it is constantly a revolutionizing system. And he says, I'm not making a moral judgment about anything. No, slavery was wrong. The genocide of Native Americans is wrong. What went on in that city, that island city in Bolivia, I always pronounce it wrong. Potosi, in those months, it was wrong. But in the larger dynamic, it all worked out for the benefit of humanity. And this is his teleology. Don't worry about the means, it is the ends that count. And the ends have always benefited humanity. So he ends up talking about Cambodia and Phnom Penh and a new island of capital, and that capitalism constantly expands. The other claim, and this is Marxism, in Das Kapital. And Marx expands this where Beckert does not, because Beckert is ultimately conservative. Marx is ultimately a revolutionary. Marx says that throughout capitalism, there is a contradiction between the relations of production, the human relations, and the technological relations or the productive forces. Marx argues that capitalism's social relationships, i.e., the inequality of capitalist and worker, of peasant and capitalist, which Beckert sees in a more positive sense. Marx says, ultimately, these relations of production, the human side, will lead to a revolution. In other words, the contradiction between humanity and technology ultimately leads to a revolutionary situation. And hence, all questions are then in the hands of the masses of people, not of a revolutionary vanguard called capitalists. I'll end on this point. Marx went a distance in squaring the circle. Beckert does not. He says, and this is, there's so much that is positive in the book. There's no way not to put respect on his name. And by the way, Raju, of all of the reviews I've read, yours is the best thus far. I read something in the Financial Times where the guy obviously didn't read it. It was a couple, it was a piece of garbage, to put it mildly. Yours is a real contribution. But then we have to get at the deep structure of the book and the deep structure of Beckert's mind. And I was so slow in reading the book, I guess, Nuri, but I was always talking about it with Nuri and Alice and anybody else that wanted to talk to Kathy. Kathy did the audio book, and she said it went in one ear and out the other. So I'm saying to all people, if you want to do the audio book, don't waste your money. Get the book and put the time in. But I said, one of the things, and this is my intellectual predisposition towards philosophy and logic and the deep structure of a work and the deep structure of the mind of the author of a work. And I guess we'll discuss this later. There are, I would say, three fundamental logical problems. One, the logic of teleology. That is, to understand the history of something, understand its ends. You know, teleologies in a certain sense are always means ends. And the ends always justify the means, okay? You could wipe out all the Vietnamese, you could bomb Iran back into the Stone Age. Those are just events and episodes in the long history towards an end. So that the logic of teleology is already a problem. And I agree with you about this, Raju. Even though he, you know, presents all of these examples, and it's very innovative the way he did it. I found the one most interesting, Cape Verde and Potosi. You know, thousands of miles away, but linked by common market processes. You know, I found that very interesting, his idea of islands and then archipelagos. You know, series of, this is all very interesting from a research point of view, but then it is undermined by a logic of teleology. And therefore, one says great examples, great research, but I can't fully accept this because I know at the end you're going to say that these examples proved that capitalism was the only option for humanity. Okay? The other is, and we talked about this in one of our preparation groups, the fallacy of overgeneralization. One of the big problems of even Wallerstein's systems analysis is overgeneralization, a fallacy, a logical fallacy of saying everything is the same in a process leading to a common end. Let me give an example. The workers' uprisings in Europe in 1848, or the Paris Commune of 1871, examples of workers' uprising. But if you say that is the same as the general strike of enslaved workers in 1863, I mean, that is a huge mistake, which Du Bois himself draws attention to, you know, or to say that the anti-slavery struggle or the Taipei rebellion in China of the middle of the 19th century were the same as the uprising of not more than a few tens of thousands of European workers. It's untrue. And therefore he cannot understand the anti-colonial or anti-white supremacist struggles, which have endured where the European working class has taken now, you can only say, a back seat to the movement of history, as people have decided the movement of history will be. The third logical fallacy is this is Alfred North Whitehead, the fallacy of misplaced concreteness. That you go from the concept and you assume that because I understand the general concept, that I understand the concrete. Huge, and I know, you know, if you see my book with all of my underlinings, and you know, I'd go to bed and wake up early in the morning and just reading and saying, I mean, cursing and stuff, which I will not do now, but you all know how I could. So, you know, why did you put it this way? Why couldn't you see this? And why, the other question, of all of the research, yes, Eric Williams, yes, C.L.R. James, yes, Walter Rodney, none of that is equivalent to W.E.B. Du Bois. Here is, at least in Black Reconstruction, a concrete long study of the anti-slavery struggle, or better yet, the struggle for democracy. And so he crawls across the finish line. You know, it's a marathon, and he barely makes it to the end. He is exhausted, completely exhausted. The research project exhausted itself. The contradictions inherent in the text, and that's a whole nother review, another kind of close reading to explicate all of the internal contradictions of Beckert, of his writing. You know, theoretical contradictions. If you're going to appropriate Marx, no problem. No problem. But do it right, you know, and follow that logic if you wish to. But lastly, I agree with Nuri, the way you presented it beautifully, Nuri. Theory. As you said, Nuri, this is important research. Sven Beckert is an important researcher. He is an important figure at this moment in the ideological and theoretical struggle. Not to engage him in this work is an abdication of our and progressive people's responsibility in the theoretical and ideological struggle. And I think that, as you point out, it helps us, and this is a contribution, I would say, of Beckert. It's in our critique of him, it helps us to further develop our theory and practice in this moment.
Okay. I feel like no, this is good, because I had written a response, but ultimately, I think the three things that you pointed out, the idea of teleology, the fallacy of overgeneralization, and the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, I think are important to keep in mind as we go forward. And not, because our commitment is to revolutionary theory, we also have to struggle against these ideas that move towards reform or social democracy, or just like the mainstream liberal academic viewpoint. And so I think, although we as Free School are interested in capitalism, though we appreciate political economy, and I think we're even open to this idea that capitalism is not inherently market-based, that it can absorb diverse forms of labor, and that violence and coercion are common to capitalism and the state. I think that we also see a lot of theoretical problems that basically we also have to take on for our work. And I just want to respond to some of what you said, which is that Beckert is trying to, on the one hand, denaturalize capitalism by saying that it's weak and spread thin through centuries, and that its expansion into human life is very new. And he also says that he's committed to an actor-centered history, where people like the peasants, the enslaved, the sharecroppers are also central to capitalism alongside their traditional European manufacturing industrial class. And he says that his project is to emphasize human agency by saying that the seemingly weak protagonists have made some of the greatest changes, such as when he writes about the enslaved sugar workers in the Haitian Revolution. But like you said, he contradicts himself quite a lot, because when you actually experience the arc of the book, ultimately it's the owners of capital and not the working people who feel like the protagonists of his story. Because it's the capitalists who create this new world, drive its technological change. And Beckert does emphasize, I think, the technological changes more than the changes in human relations that you were saying. And part of this is just because the bourgeoisie is totally existentially invested in building capitalism. in merging it with the state and even with like potentially a civilization. Whereas for the workers, although their labor is essential to the capitalist project of accumulation, the workers are not existentially invested in building capitalism like that. And we know that they resist and they struggle against that project they want to define their own lives and their own humanity. And I think, yeah, like we can talk about whether Beckert, like, I don't think he embraces this concept of class struggle because he sees capitalism as a revolutionary system.
Yes.
For him, the role of workers and the oppressed are ultimately more that they're actors within capitalism. At best, they engage with it. Maybe they refuse it, but more often than not, they're just absorbed into its reform or its change. And sometimes he even goes so far as to describe capitalism as escaping human control, where he says that although capitalism is a product of human agency, it has increasingly emancipated itself from its creators. And so rather than committing to this idea of capitalism being historical and produced by human beings, for Beckert, over the course of his book, capitalism almost seems to become its own force of history.
Yes.
But if we actually believe that, if that's the case, then can anybody actually be responsible? And if the greatest achievement of capitalism is to emancipate itself, then is the frontier or how we should think about emancipation today along the terms of freedom of capital or the freedom of the human being? And like you said, I think Beckert does not investigate the consciousness and the potential of the worker, much less the Black worker. And when you describe the fallacy of overgeneralization, he does draw broad and universal conclusions from initial samples and his initial assumptions. Even though he does draw on different phenomena from like around the world, across time, he overgeneralizes the worker as a single broad category. And when he says that capitalism is universal, constituting a global civilization, his argument does emerge basically from the small group of bourgeois elites in America, Europe, and then supplemented by others around the world. And so this is the fallacy of misplaced concreteness, like you said, where you mistake an abstract belief, an abstract opinion, for being a physical or true concrete reality. And so I think generally Beckert assumes that by just identifying different people as workers or as capitalists by their outer life of economic activity, of whether they invest or how they make a living, that he can generalize towards these broad conclusions by assuming that they are the same across 400 years of world history. And unlike Du Bois, he does not dedicate himself to investigating the worker in the concrete, like what men thought, the words they used, the feelings and motives that they had. He does not ask how their consciousness is constituted and how that consciousness shapes how they behave. And like his social history is just not even intended, I think, to operate at that scope. But like Samir said, he loses the human quality of the people and of democracy. And like in losing the people, in losing democracy, I think Beckert, like you said, tends towards abstractions about the state.
Yes.
Where near the end of the book, anti-colonial states, fascist states, liberal democratic states, they may have different forms of political organization, but they all uphold the logic of capital. And that's also why he, I think, really does the world anti-colonial struggles wrong. But for us, our commitment actually is to like freedom. It's to responsibility of the people. We are completely dedicated to this idea of human agency and consciousness. And so we have to also be interested in democracy and the state as important political questions that are existential and not important just as they relate to capitalism, but important in and of themselves. And so, yeah, we have to have a discussion about these actual categories and the logics behind them. And so I want to transition to our first segment, which you already basically started us off on, but the significance of Beckert's argument that capitalism is a revolutionary force. And he, just to provide a little bit specific context, he says that the capitalist revolution is a radical departure and discontinuity in human life, and that capitalism becomes a logic that organizes not just economics, but human life itself. That it's flexible, dynamic, and that it's able to reconstitute itself through many dramatic crises, through basically like this concept of creative destruction, and like you said, punctuated change. And so Beckert organizes the 4 parts of his book according to what he sees as sort of these ruptures and reconstitutions of capitalism. And the first one is that out of a period, the early period of the Great Connecting, the first industrial revolution emerges, and Beckert calls this the single most consequential offspring of capitalism. He says that it's a great turning point in history that has planetary import. And so the first industrial revolution is the revolution of machine manufacturing, steam and water power, and it happens around the same time as the American and French bourgeois democratic revolutions. And then his second big rupture is sort of the growth of industrial capitalism, which leads to what Beckert calls the establishment of capitalist civilization. And this is what coincides with the period of massive rebellions around the world. And so Beckert sees this as significant because they trigger sort of a final crisis of the old regime of the mercantilist kind of capital. And then interestingly and very significantly, this is the period of the American Civil War and Reconstruction. And so at this point, Beckert sees the bourgeoisie or the capitalist class as like very consolidated and ready to use their power to reconstruct labor, capital, and the state to basically bring about the second industrial revolution. And this, he says, was actually the most monumental turning point in the global history of capitalism. He says even more than the first, the 1870s were a fundamental breaking point in the 500-year history. And so we recognize revolutionary change, and I think we're very interested in this like idea of revolution. We want to understand and defend what is genuinely progressive, what is really revolutionary, what the achievements are, if there are achievements. And we need to do this to clarify like what we stand on today and what is actually possible. And I think we look to these revolutionaries of earlier stages for inspiration, but we want to understand the logic of revolution broadly. Like, how do revolutions occur? Who is the revolutionary agent? Why do revolutions succeed or fail? And what transformations do these revolutions actually create in the people and the state? Like, what do they contribute to the history of human struggle? And so I think we're open to discussing the argument that capitalism was a revolutionary force for some period in human history, alongside the bourgeois democratic revolutions, Black Reconstruction, the Russian and Chinese revolutions, and many revolutions of the 20th century. We're interested in synthesizing these revolutions into understanding actually a logic of the revolutionary process that must occur for the 21st century. But I think our departure point is that Beckert sees capitalism as singularly revolutionary. He uses like superlatives. He says that capitalism is the most impactful revolution of them all. And that although there have been other revolutions in world history, that basically he says you can debate those effects. He says ultimately, quote, the capitalist revolution is the only revolution whose fundamental core is that it is ongoing, that it qualifies as a state of permanent revolution. And I think this is where he says permanent revolution on page 18.
What page?
Page 8, like it's early, it's in the preface. And so I think this is a problem for us, given the 20th century crises of the Great Depression, imperialism as a form of capitalism, which causes world wars and the collapse of Europe, and especially given the counter-revolutionary flavor of the neoliberal age, we have to ask and critique this idea of capitalism as still being a revolutionary and like central reconstituting force today. And especially given the great people's revolutions of the 20th century, I don't think you can make the case that capitalism is the singular ongoing revolutionary force that is the center of the world. And so I want to open this conversation to discuss existing logics of historical change. I think we should discuss our own concept of revolution. And like Dandita was saying about Indira's quote, is revolution ever absolutely complete or perfect in itself? Or is part of the point that actually it leaves something for us to take up? And I say this because early capitalism achieves certain new freedoms, but it does so on top of enslaved labor. The American Revolution declares democracy without abolishing slavery. And so I think revolution has to be something that's real rather than abstract, where I think some people want to just dismiss like all existing revolutions. It's like, oh, well, they didn't actually do anything, or like, oh, they didn't do what they needed to do. But if we acknowledge that the bourgeoisie were perhaps a revolutionary vanguard for their time, then what new task does a revolutionary group have to take up in our time? And so people who are interested can also discuss whether we want a logic of history and revolution that's definite, teleological, universal, or if we accept one that is contingent or unpredictable or specific, or whether what is needed is a synthesis of both of these.
Thank you.
I just want to ask a question.
Hold it, wait a minute, John, wait a minute. Hold it, go ahead.
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on certain things that Neri said, and then also that Doc said in the past few remarks, and actually look at a comparison of Beckert and Marx and comparing their logics of history, because I think that obviously Beckert is drawing from Marx along with many of the other people you mentioned, Doc, but there are I think that there are substantial scientific and kind of logical differences, even in terms of the project, which he says is Marx, ultimately he does science as a revolutionary and he's partisan. Beckert tries to be neutral because of his position in the academy, even though like you said, he ultimately adopts what would be considered a conservative position. But I think anti-revolutionary, because quote unquote capitalism is the permanent revolution. But I do think that in many ways, Beckert is part of his project is to try to correct certain claims and assumptions that one would identify with Marx and Engels in the 1800s, specifically Marx and Engels making like kind of universalist claims about like all of human history from what is ultimately a very localized European standpoint. And I feel like the other thing that I feel that Beckert is trying to correct is, in many ways, he's actually trying, like he fails, but he's trying to correct the kind of teleological thing of Marx. Because Marx, Beckert brings this up in many places, especially the introduction and the epilogue, but that he's like, all of these people have predicted the fall of capitalism, basically since the first and second industrial revolutions. And he's like, I don't want to fall into that trap, even if he does end up falling into his own kind of teleology. And I think that, but I think for us, what I wanted to say is that actually, if you read, because I've been revisiting the Communist Manifesto, revisiting other works like Frederick Engels' Socialism, Utopian and Scientific. But I do think that in many ways you can see Marxism and Marx and Engels emerging from this period of this great revolution in human existence. And in many ways, the scientific revolution as well, which is linked to the Industrial Revolution and the Enlightenment, where actually Engels describes at one point where he's like, what we were trying to do was to achieve a science of history akin to what Darwin's theory did for biology. And you can really feel that when you read works like Capital, I think, which I haven't read it full, but like even like looking at the way that it's written. And I think the other thing which I'm interested to hear what other people think about is, for Marx and Engels, they are so much associated with this idea of stages of history, kind of clearly defined stages of history, in which you have these kind of broad epochs of development, which are for them marked by a certain phase of the rule of a class and of the class struggle. And for them, like they emphasize this over and over, it's not just the epoch of capitalism, but all prior epochs of human history, which are ultimately defined by that struggle between classes. And I think actually, interestingly, I don't think Beckert agrees with that argument, because he says, as much as I understood, especially from the initial chapters, that in fact, what was human life before capitalism, yes, there was an economic mode of production, but it's almost like he says that like social life was not determined entirely by economic forces. And that in many ways, the revolutionary character of capitalism is that it like economized human life, and that it is this penetration of an economic logic into all spheres of human life. And so that I think that is a departure from Marx and Engels, because they would say that even prior to capitalism, all of history is defined by that clash of classes because of the inherent nature of like, we don't, I think Engels says it in the socialism, utopian scientific book, but that like, he's like, we don't really care about what people think. We care about the way that people live. We care about the mode of production that they are a part of. And I think that actually one of the other departures which Raju talks about in the review is, for Marx, colonization and slavery are ultimately what he calls the prehistory, the kind of primitive accumulation stage of capitalism. And it's like necessary for the kind of creation of capitalism, but it's not necessarily part of capitalism itself, as far as I understand it with Marx. It's like, whereas I think Beckert's intervention is to say that no, colonization and enslavement are part of the creation of capitalism. And the reason why I return to that point is because for Marx, he's making a specific scientific claim that it is specifically the advent of wage work, wage labor, which is the source of the contradiction within capitalism itself, and which defines the capitalist epoch. And so that's why ultimately Marx, while he recognizes the brutality and violence of slavery and colonization and other forms of labor, he is the most interested in that central contradiction of wage labor, in which the worker is not just working in the press, but sells their labor power in the market, and like, and then and so I think that in many ways, although Beckert, I don't know if he says it exactly clearly, but I feel like he is departing from that by kind of locating the kind of constitutive force of capitalism, even in its early days, with like slavery, the plantations in Barbados and the Caribbean, and all of that. And I think that
is a correction of Marx.
Yeah, a correction. And I think that the other thing which Marxism, to its benefit though, what Marx and Engels were able to achieve was they were doing that, they were taking up that question of, okay, like, is there a central contradiction within capitalism in order for them to locate who is the revolutionary agent? And for them, it was the proletarian, like the proletarian worker, the worker who sells his labor within capitalism. And I think that because Beckert kind of broadens everything to a kind of general, like, oh, all these different forms of labor are part of capitalism, both coercive labor and like wage labor. It's like, that is kind of, it results in him, I think like Nuri said, missing who is the real revolutionary agent within it. And so in the end, he kind of defaults back to the owners of capital, those who invest capital. But yeah, I just wanted to kind of bring up like a few of those points, because I feel like it was a good opportunity, I think, to kind of revisit for me, like what were actually like the claims, the scientific claims that were being made, the historical claims that were being made, the purpose of those claims, both for Marx and then for someone like Beckert, although they have different projects. But that I think Beckert ultimately, he draws from Marx this idea that what is revolutionary about capitalism is not just that it's a new system, but that it thrusts into human life this new logic of ceaseless accumulation, and that capitalism is always constantly revolutionizing itself, its modes of production. But that whereas Marx would say that that process then creates this, like what he calls the seeds of its own destruction. It creates the grave, like it creates its own grave, like capitalism creating its own grave diggers through the contradiction of labor, of wage labor and capitalism. I think Beckert basically ultimately rejects like that specific teleology.
Yeah, one thing I just wanted to say is the thing that struck me in reading this book is that what we see as a time of profound break, and we say that the age of Europe to an epoch of humanity, he's making this assertion of continuity, of capitalism. Capitalism is just continuing. It's going to mutate. Look, capitalism is even more in China. And yeah, I just think that is kind of I really felt like that was one of the big ideological reasons for this book, is almost to like go against this idea that there's something new happening, when in fact something new is happening. And yeah, I mean, I was also thinking about the example of Cambodia and China, and how like, oh, look, everything that's happening in Cambodia, it might resemble all the colonialism of the past, but now it's China. See, capitalism is just continuing. But if in fact the Cambodian people were to rise up and create a new social system, the logic of the Chinese state is not the same as the logic of the Western state to, suppress it and kill their leaders. Like something new is happening. And I feel like this book both helps us understand the new that's happening, but also I think that's where we come in with civilization and values and ideas to say that humanity is in the driver's seat. It's not just, I feel like he would say that the argument even though he's making this argument about agents, or it's very tokenistic, because I think ultimately he thinks that capitalism creates human beings, whereas we think human beings create the world around us, through the values, through the civilizational values that we hold. So yeah, I mean, I think it goes back to what Nanta and others were saying about unfinished revolutions, is that it's the revolutions that were born through this process have yet to be fulfilled and are still being fulfilled. But it will be people that will drive it. It will not be capitalism. Yeah, and I just really, I just wonder if this is not a way of saying that there is a continuity of the Western project in a time when there's a profound break with it. Yeah, I'll let others.
Yeah, I was also struck by that phrase that Neri cited in the beginning of the book when he says capitalism is the only permanent revolution. First of all, I think the phrase permanent revolution, I believe it originates from Trotsky, to my knowledge, which is interesting. I think that the fact that
Actually, it originates in the Communist Manifesto.
Okay, interesting.
But I didn't mean to.
Right. But it's interesting that his argument about the resilience, but also continuity of the capitalist revolution, not just capitalism, but the capitalist revolution, is very interesting. And I think that throughout the book, he's trying to make the argument that despite contradictions and even intense conflicts, like the class conflict in Europe, or even more interestingly, this slavery revolts and the anti-colonial revolts, he's trying to say that they are all basically, in one sense or the other, engines of this capitalist revolution. And as Meghna said, up till the end of the book, he's essentially arguing that with the advent of neoliberalism, he's like, okay, maybe deindustrialization for the West, but it's the greatest period of industrialization for Asia and for the world more generally. And arguing that even the 21st century, despite its crises, is moving the capitalist revolution forward. And I think for Beckert believes in reforming it. He's, I would say, essentially politically a social democrat. He's like, yes, we need to reform some aspects of capitalism, but this capitalist revolution is continuing. And I think that's very different from how we would view it through the Du Boisian lens, because one, I don't think he has a concept of essentially, what we would say the movement of history, in the sense that a revolution runs out of steam at a certain point and can become reactionary, can become even a counter-revolution. He speaks of crisis, but not necessarily counter-revolution. And for us as well, I think we associate revolution with science, which I didn't really pick up on that strongly in this book. When he speaks about the capitalist revolution, I don't think he was very strong in making the argument that, this science was associated with it. And when it comes into crisis, the science and knowledge itself comes into crisis. And I think that's something that we are identifying very strongly with Marx and Lenin, but especially Du Bois. And so I think that's motivating a lot of the politics behind this book, and a group of scholars that have been writing on this new history of capitalism. And I think it is very interesting that Beckert and some of his other colleagues, they are interested in trying to, in some way, I read it as make concessions to Du Bois and others when they say, okay, we are going to cite, for example, Black Reconstruction. He is going to cite the general strike chapter in particular, but interestingly, not the other chapters, not the coming of the Lord, let alone the proletariat in South Carolina. Those are missing because I think those go against much of what he's saying about the continuing capitalist revolution. And so I think it's important to reckon with this book, because this book, I think, is an attempt by the ruling class to try to revive capitalist or Western science in a period of crisis.
Yeah, I wanted to bring it back to what Jeremiah was saying, comparing Lenin and Marx and even Du Bois to Beckert. You know, I see Beckert proposing a certain logic of history, but not a theory of change. Even though, you know, I would say that Marx and Lenin do propose a theory of change, although I don't completely agree with it. But and Du Bois, I think, expands the possibilities about our conception of what's possible to change. But I see Beckert in a very limited way, I guess, what you guys considered a fallacy of overgeneralization. I still like to use the word induction, but a very, I think, misplaced, a very well-researched, but I think misplaced application of induction, where he takes what's possible in a certain time and place, like in Cape Verde or Potosi, and says that, you know, we had this certain possibility of capitalist development here in this time and place because capitalists did not have to face as much opposition. And so this is our, like, you know, clean, pure example. And what was achieved here, I will try to apply it and make sense of what happened in the rest of the world through what happened here in this small time and place. And what happened here in this small time and place, he would say, happened in a certain sense in the United States, is happening now in Asia, and will continue to happen. And so, I mean, it really reminds me a lot of Francis Fukuyama and end of history, where what has we have already reached, I guess, the end of what's possible in change, and this is what's going to continue to happen. And I think that is, even though he like heavily draws on Marx and Lenin, you know, I completely agree with you that he heavily relies on Lenin's theory of the state as an instrument for this particular class. But when really comparing it to Marx and Lenin's like theory of change, you know, they focus on the class struggle, which is to say we have certain contradictions in history, primarily the interests of economic classes. And when these economic classes, the contradiction becomes so sharp, then change unfolds with, I guess, thesis, antithesis, and then synthesis. That this like contradiction gives rise to something new that takes parts of the opposing sides and also creates something new, primarily along economic lines. And what I guess Marx and Lenin first, Beckert is not even able to think along those lines of there is a fundamental contradiction with capitalism, even with just the economic relationship of the capitalist and the worker that will cause a new change. Whenever there's an opposition, the flexibility of capitalism will just cause it to take new shape, but ultimately society and the world will continue along lines of capitalist development and will continue to permeate into our lives. And then what was ultimately missing, I feel that, I mean, we've devoted so much of our thinking to, is that contradiction, not just between like economic classes, but we could say social systems,
civilization systems.
I'm thinking of the right words to put into it. Yeah, that is a fundamental contradiction outside. Well, at this point, I guess it includes the sphere of production, but outside of the sphere of production, unfortunately, due to which I don't think Beckert is able to talk about completely, that we rely on Du Bois to say that this new mode of production and this capitalist civilization, which is primarily defined by the economic relationships within it, also had new human values, particularly the degradation of the human being in the likes of which we have never seen before, especially along the lines of color and race. that fundamental difference in viewing the world, which at this point does have an economic basis. We can look at the inequality that exists in this country economically, but that fundamental like value system and life orientation and way of relating as human beings outside of purely economic relationships, that contradiction, I don't believe he mentions even once and is completely ill-equipped to deal with, which I think is growing increasingly crisis in this society and civilization. I know we talked about the different crises, but the reason why we have, for example, so many people strung out, for example, is this like human factor of I guess for lack of better words, I would say even love, without to be being weak or sentimental, that is missing in society, that makes it possible for people to be in their right mands and participate in society. And so the fact, I think our great departure from him, in addition to saying that there's a great contradiction along economic lines, which will not allow this system to adapt itself, would also be that there's this great contradiction along civilizational lines. This like higher law of the human heart that cannot go along with the laws of development of capitalism, that must be resolved for us to even, which I would say for us to even be able to address an economic reorganization of society.
Can I just say just a small thing coming out of what you're saying, Eddie? It's assumed even in Marx that an economic mode of production produces these problems. So the resolution is an economic resolution. Right. And what Eddie is saying, I think what we've been saying all the time, a problem created by an economic mode of production will not necessarily be resolved by simply a class, but discourses about socialism, socialist will readily accept this homo economicus, economic man. Yeah. And that's what Beckert and purely driven by economic motives, which they would call rational. And so I don't think he's at all turned off by neoliberalism. It is just another adaptation of capitalism to an environment where it is contested.
Yeah.
But
it's interesting, just a small point, but that if you follow the initial part of Beckert's logic about the emergence of capitalism, which is not just it's like, for him it's revolutionary because it economizes humanity. It economizes social life. If you take that initial premise.
Does he say that in the because it seems to me that he's making a freeing of productive forces his argument in the beginning. The whole question of the, like Phnom Penh or Cambodia.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the initial part, like that first half of the book, when he's talking about how is it that you, for instance, had these islands and nodes of capital in a non-capitalist social order, a non-capitalist world in which 98% of humankind was living according to a different logic. And I don't know, I might be wrong about my reading of this, but I interpret it as him saying that it wasn't just a different mode of production, although it was that, but it's like that the logic of human society prior to capitalism was not solely determined by the economic relationship. And that if you follow that logic, then it is conceivable, although Beckert doesn't go there, but it is conceivable that there can be a new logic of history, a new logic of human history, especially for modernity, which is not, like you said, the homo economicus, the solely driven where it's like, oh, we have one economic mode, so then we get into, like you said, the resolution is then the different economic system, which is where I do think that that's where like people like Marx and Engels and Lenin would land. But I think for us, like you guys have been saying, we're not following that same kind of premise. But I think that even by Beckert's own initial tracing of this emergence of this system, it's like you can see where someone like Du Bois, for example, fits in. But yeah.
Well, I think part of it is that he's trying to search for that general theory of history that can also explain the future, meaning that he's saying that capitalism and capital is everything, meaning it embodies all forms of different states, all forms of different kinds of labor, so forth, and explaining that past. But then essentially where he kind of hits the end is towards that latter section of the book of understanding today and then also what the future is. Because he's essentially saying that since capitalism, or what he means specifically is the pursuit of profits, continued production, since that in that initial setup of his book is saying like it touches upon the European states, it touches upon China where they're trading. But he makes this contradiction where he's saying that capitalism is not, well, I don't know if it's a contradiction, which is that it's not trade that defines capitalism. But at the same time, he's using all of these examples of trade in China, in Europe, so forth, to say that these were also forms of capitalism. But essentially he's saying he's finding this general connector of all civilizations of the previous centuries. And then essentially because it's so general, it doesn't say anything about the future of, meaning that capitalism continues, pursuit of profits continues, productivity continues into the future, agnostic to forms of state power, agnostic to forms of labor, so forth.
Yeah, could I just say something? This is very, if you don't mind, I think he makes an argument about commodification. And at the end, he says that every sphere of human existence is commodified.
Can be bought and sold.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Can, even your deepest emotions and feelings are objects of commodification. And he says that is the ultimate success of capitalism. Now that's what he says, but is it actually true that the world has surrendered to their total commodification? You see what I'm saying?
Wait, can I ask a clarifying question?
Yes, please.
So this is kind of like based on what people are saying. So what we're saying is that, okay, because I read the first 2 chapters of Beckert, actually 4, but Beckert's argument that capitalism is a revolutionary force. Let's even talk about historically when it sprouts or whatever. Because what it ends up doing is that it frees productive forces, and to the extent that, like, for example, like that in the evidence, for example, where you could have someone in Yemen recognize and understand as a person, social life, economic motives, someone in from a port in China or a port in India, that it's a global system that changes the organization of not just material goods and resources, but life itself and like human life itself.
Now,
is that true? No?
Yeah, no, that you're right. But see, you got to separate, like Yuri did. There are 4 parts of the book, and they're different. He does have a stages history of stages theory of history. And the first industrial revolution is the takeoff, the great leap forward.
Okay.
And without that, you don't get to what we call capitalism today. That's why, like Raju in his review said, the word capitalism was kind of invented for the system in the 19th century.
Right.
Well, that's after the Industrial Revolution. So these two industrial revolutions, which happened within the span of 100 years. But each of these industrial revolutions, it's like a leap forward in the expanse of capitalist relations into the interior. In other words, not only a part of the peasantry, but all of the peasants are uprooted and made wage laborers. You know what I'm saying? Which means, now this is important in Marxian terms, that their labor power is a commodity.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Their labor power, they enter a market and sell, we assume, sell their labor power for a wage. But then in the second revolution, it's not only spatially expanding, not only completely uprooting the peasantry, let us say a la China, but it is now commodifying every inch of our human existence. And he feels, God, if that is the, not an apocalypse, a dystopia of world historic dimensions, where we are not only controlled in the factory, not only controlled by a relationship of production, but now every dimension, and this is through AI, this is through internet, every dimension of what a human being is has been reduced to a commodity. That is a claim. Is it true? But that is like, I would argue, the final frontier of capitalism. To totally force, to put the human being as a human being in a condition where she or he cannot even imagine fighting for freedom. She is completely commodified and completely controlled. So along with the theory of productive forces, which is also, this is Das Kapital, commodification, the transformation of the world into things to be bought and sold. Now this is where, forgive me for, and he then says, but now this shit has gotten to the whole environment. And this is the great danger. He doesn't see war, by the way, but talking up the environment. So nature has been commodified and the source of buying and selling for profit. But this is the landscape that we now exist in. And that's Beckert. That's, I don't know, I don't see that commodification thing, if you don't mind. I'm sorry.
No. I mean, I think also part of it is that in the different stages, he's saying in the earlier forms, it was based on the original trading and merchants, where it's the commodification of whether it's natural resources, things that were produced, so forth. And I think as it comes to the most recent ages, he uses examples of Uber, where you have an extra car, you use it to sell, to essentially make additional money on the side. But I think that's where I can see where he makes that argument, which is that increasingly different aspects of people's lives are being commodified. But I think the negative, at least
not just different, the entire human being.
Yeah, and when he was even saying human thoughts are now being
human feelings,
are being bought and sold. But I think where he falls short within it is not just these factors that shape human consciousness, but actually also how human consciousness is actually able to overcome these various aspects of commodification. And I think actually to an earlier point that Jeremiah was mentioning, that I wanted to go, that I thought it would probably be important to go back to is the departure from Marx, specifically on the aspect of his chapter prior to these industrial revolutions, which is plantation capitalism. Because I thought that was valuable because in some ways it's a departure from Marx, but also sharing some similarities with Du Bois. Because typically you think of the agents of change, and I don't think this is Beckert's purpose, but in some ways by talking about plantation capitalism, he sheds some light in terms of the agent of change. Because for those that are versed in Marxist philosophy, so forth, see the agents of change in history and moving forward as among the white worker, the wage worker as well. But I think the value of the plantation capitalism, or I forget the exact chapter, it's transforming the countryside, which is plantation capitalism, where he's essentially saying that it's not just the wage workers that define capitalism. There was earlier forms of capitalism with the plantation economy, where there was organization of agriculture and also increase of output that came from there. But the difference with meaning that even though he brings up that example, he doesn't get to Du Bois, which is that among the plantations, specifically in America, there emerged a proletariat, a revolutionary agent of change. And I think that's also the difference. And I don't know if that's also the reason why Jeremiah brought it up, but essentially, which is that he uses, and this is the common thing I feel like throughout the book, which is that he uses examples or brings up concrete studies, or I don't even know if it's studies, but he'll bring up examples, but he doesn't quite make the reason for why these examples are related to or connected to each other. So he brings up plantation and capitalism, but the point that he gets to is not the same as the point that we get to. Meaning the point that he brings up plantation capitalism is to show the diversity, I think, of capitalism.
And of labor.
Of labor. And therefore to eventually make that argument, which is that over this long history, it's covered all these different forms of economy, so forth, therefore it will continue.
Can I make all of these, what he actually says, all of these forms of labor mobilization, he calls it labor mobilization to establish, and this he does, I don't know that he uses this language, but this is Marxism, the primitive accumulation of capital. So everything, the transforming of the countryside, the slave system, when he says the uprooting of the peasantry, he is saying that that is part of the mobilization of labor for the sake of laying the primitive or the primary foundations of industrial capitalism. You know what I'm saying? John, wait a minute, man. Wait a minute. Hold on. See, we're going through the details of the book, brother. That's why I'm saying hold up. No. John, you can't interrupt this. Hold on. What he's doing is laying the foundations of, maybe lose my phone.
The foundations of industrial capitalism.
And that's why he calls the rise of the first industrial revolution the Great Leap. But the foundation of the Great Leap is in the mobilization at this stage of multiple forms of labor, from slave labor to almost indentured servantry, semi-proletariat labor, and all of this type of thing. So, that's what he's doing there, and it is a stage theory. The stage of the primitive meaning primary accumulation of capital that creates the conditions for the Industrial Revolution, or what he calls a great leap forward. But I'm sorry.
Well, I feel, oh, Raj, you should go.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's interesting where you started at the beginning, Doc, about why Beckert is writing this book right now, and I think that's an important question to address, because I think it's kind of interesting how in comparing Beckert and Marx, that they're writing say Das Kapital versus this capitalism at very different stages in the history of capitalism.
Yes.
And sometimes Marxist theories are also accused of being teleological, saying that the communist society, in a sense, is part of the teleology of Marx. And in many cases, even, for example, for Asiatic societies, Marx is, accused of being teleological in the sense that if colonialism had to be present to liberate Asiatic societies out of an older means of production and take them forward, towards a more capitalist mode of production. Or eventually, of course, with Lenin that changes. But for Beckert, I think in many ways he couldn't have written this. He couldn't have written this book, let's say, even in 1970, because I think in many ways the book, and maybe that's part of the way he, unlike Marx, who's writing it at a very early stage in the development of capitalism and is imagining a future for capitalism. I think that at least the way I see Beckert writing it, even though I think you're right, the 2008 financial crisis and how the ruling class is worried. I would also add that I think the rise of China is something that's very much in the mind of Beckert, even though he's not able to understand it and totally, and that's one of the weaknesses. But I think very much the rise of Asia is quite central to why he's trying to reconceptualize capitalism from a global perspective rather than from a European perspective. But the years and, the past, let's say 20 years, or, let's say out of 1990, this idea that there is no alternative to the capitalist system taking hold and being part of the propaganda of the ruling elite, I think is very much part of Beckert's writing of the book. And I think that's why even in the first part of the book, I think it's interesting, and we could kind of, talk about this more. I'm not sure, and in fact, this is related to the discussion you were just having. I think in some ways, more than even the freeing up of the means of production of the productive forces, he is still using, maybe not explicitly, but this idea of commodification is somehow implicit. I think he's using this idea that, and that's maybe part of the weakness, rather than seeing the evolution of history as part of a dialectical contradiction between the relations, production relation and means of production. It's almost as if capitalism almost abstractly has a logic in itself, which is always some sort of logic of commodification, where it will take in, bring into its fold more and more non-capitalist forms of whether it's labor initially or eventually human beings themselves. And it's almost as if that's somehow the intrinsic logic to the revolution of capitalism, which in the end becomes an abstract logic. It's not really a concrete logic in but those two things together, and I agree with you that I think for Beckert it is really I don't think he wants to imagine an alternative, or I don't think he wants to imagine a future, or maybe what somebody else said, to the capitalist system. He is and I think that's partly why maybe one of the weakest portions of the book is the 20th century. Is the 20th century, and he doesn't mention the Soviet Union at all, because that doesn't fit into his, so it's just kind of shunted aside. But then his analysis of the anti-colonial, I think maybe Nouri mentioned, that's also very weak. And then finally coming up to China, it's almost like he has almost nothing to say about China. But all of that, I think, is weighing on his consciousness, and and coming into how he's trying to. I think he's almost trying to find a way in which capitalism could be rescued, despite the 20th century.
I agree that for Beckert, the two things that he seems to emphasize the most as like the defining logic of capitalism is not the dialectic of class struggle, but is a logic of continued accumulation and continued commodification and continued expansion. Like that is basically the cutting edge. And then the dialectic is not a dialectic. It's just resistance to that continued expansion. And
Which then gets subsumed into.
yeah, but I think part of what I feel like is also in that logic is that man is not just economic man, but capitalism, if you fall into the logic of commodification or accumulation, then man becomes increasingly economic or increasingly determined by economics alone. And I think the problem that even we as human beings can fall into today is to think that, yeah, maybe man is economic alone, not just today, but even in history, totally. And I think that in some ways, one of the things that I wanted to discuss maybe a little bit more in this section is also the relationship of economic revolution, this question of what actually is the freeing of the productive forces or the relationship of human beings. And specifically, I think in relation to ideas like the American Revolution, like political revolutions, which you can say are bourgeois democratic revolutions, where yes, maybe they are economic revolutions. They occur at the same time as the Industrial Revolution. But can we talk about the American Revolution as a democratic revolution, or also as a revolution of ideas or of people that are not just economic in nature? Because, I just think that this question of man and if there is anything actually progressive, because I don't know if we find something socially progressive about this idea of commodification or of accumulation. But I say that also because, like Beckert basically says that the freeing of the productive forces and increasing productivity is a good thing because there's enough plenty today. And like child mortality rates have dropped and people can read now. And those are like very good things. But I think our question is, is that because man is economic? And what is actually like achieved by the freeing of the productive forces?
So related to this question, I wanted to ask Doc if you could expand upon this point that you have been making about how the first 3 chapters are the strongest or maybe the richest part of Beckert's thesis, specifically about him making that departure from Marx and not situating capitalism's origins in Europe, but rather as initially part of a global system. Because like I've also, to Raju and Mary's point, I was also thinking about what it means that he's writing this now and what the significance or the urgency with which we're evaluating it now. And I had read a short interview that he had given about this book recently. And you're correct that he spent 8 years researching this project. And obviously there's a lot of archival work, but for example, he spent, I think, over a week, like on the sugar plantation in Barbados. Like he was traveling all over the world to identify, this or discover this logic of capitalism. But in the interview, he also says that he sought for the book to be an investigation of human agency. And I found, and maybe at the end, when you're saying that he can't square the circle, is when he concedes only the smallest amount by saying, by just leaving a few questions as to what the future will be after the neoliberal order. But I just wanted to tie a few points in, like going back to what Raju had said at the beginning about the moral paralysis of the people today, and us in Free School having emerged out of this month-long conversation on the meaning of the Epstein files and also the initiation of the war in Iran. And that, like Beckert is forced to acknowledge, we are living in a world that is more interconnected than ever in its logic. But obviously, we also take it as an assumption that the central mediating logic between civilizations today is not economic or capitalism, but could be better explained by, for example, civilization, and that being the substance of Black Reconstruction and the world freedom movements of the 20th century. But I bring up this point about moral paralysis or a paralysis of the people to decide history and to seize history, because because for me, it helps me understand the scale and the purpose out of which Beckert is working, to insist that this must be the logic by which we continue to think through this crisis, this society, the world, and the future. And even our discussion of the first industrial revolution and the comparison with Marx is useful, because for me, it explains why, and this is something we've talked about before, so much of the American people, and especially the American youth, are in this stronghold of thinking out of the framework of rational man, and really split in this dichotomy of thinking out of like a Fukuyama, or like thinking out of the framework of a Fukuyama or a Beckert that sees capitalist logic as like the primary logic of social development, or in wanting to resist that, only inheriting a Marxist logic, which also doesn't apply to the logic of social change here. And I just, yeah, but there's something else I wanted to say. Oh, no, it's okay, you can go ahead.
Okay, I hope you remember what you want to say, because I just think this point you're bringing back about moral paralysis is so related to the question of democracy, which goes back also to Anuri's initial, what she started with, how do we understand the rise of these new political forms of the state? And I think the argument he's making is really interesting about democracy, liberal democracy, because he's kind of saying that the capitalist bourgeois class wants to do away with the old feudal order and wants to establish equality and freedom, the equality of man, true democracy based on individual merit, not on, inherited things. But ultimately, they always subvert it because it's too dangerous. It's going to do away with their profits and their way of life. And he kind of, but I think what you're bringing up about moral paralysis is it relates to the question of democracy, because if we decide something different, the whole thing could be different. It's our imagination. It's also, like going back to nonviolence, if we change ourselves, the world changes around us. We cannot be mere objects of commodification and victims of this rational logic. We can create something new by the way that we think, by our democratic strivings. I just wanted to reread just a few lines from the Black Worker, which we're all so familiar with at this point. But on page 13, the true significance of slavery in the United States to the whole social development of America lay in the ultimate relation of slaves to democracy. What were to be the limits of democratic control in the United States? If all labor, Black as well as white, became free, were given schools and the right to vote, what control could or should be set to the power and action of these laborers? Was the rule of the mass of Americans to be unlimited and the right to rule extended to all men regardless of race and color? Or if not, what power of dictatorship and control, or how would property and privilege be protected? This was the great and primary question which was in the minds of the men who wrote the Constitution of the United States and continued in the minds of thinkers down through the slavery controversy. It still remains with the world as the problem of democracy expands and touches all races and nations. So I think Du Bois is really saying, like, there's the age of capitalism, but there's also the age of democracy, which we've yet to really enter into.
Well, you're helping me like finish my point. And I guess what I wanted to emphasize is it's becoming very clear that the imperative to overcome, this paralysis of social action or social transformation on behalf of the American people today is so connected with this imperative to overthrow or to overcome the sole economic framework of social change, or to essentially discover the real logic of social transformation in this country, which I think at this point we can claim with confidence is not Beckert's logic or Marx's logic. And we'll discuss that more when we talk about Du Bois.
in government, he's dealing with the fact that automation is about to be introduced into the economy. And what is going to happen is that when capitalism has gone to a point where it has to be reformed because too much of the capital is going to the CEOs. The average CEO makes over sharing for workers. One of the issues in Pennsylvania the mayor recently did a budget in which she talked about increasing taxation, but you're going to have professional level workers who work at the corporate level or work in a business where their salaries are higher. They're not going to want to pay more in tax. So it's going to be difficult to attract corporate talent to cities like New York and Philadelphia if the taxation is too great. And so that's what Mamdani is dealing with right now. He wants to increase taxes, and the governor doesn't want to do it because the billionaires are like 123 people in New York. They're in their 70s. They will leave New York, and a large percentage of them will leave, and that will cause the tax base to be eroded. So this is what the cities are dealing with now. But Bernie Sanders is talking about this in a practical level where he's dealing with everyday working people, is that the capitalists have accumulated too much capital at the top, and a lot of the corporations have to be reformed where more of the capital is going down to the workers. And I won't get into communism because I know people who have lived in Cuba, and the way Castro was depicted in some of your discussions is not completely accurate. In terms of people I know in Miami who are Afro-Latino, who actually have lived in Cuba, in terms of the way the actual life inside that nation the way Castro operated, and the way that government operated, you know, they would oppress people if you spoke out against them. Also, Castro had a lot of concubines, which he kept, and like the socialists have,
Hey, John,
John,
I'm gonna have to interrupt you. No. Hold on, wait a minute, man. We're not here to pass on this kind of garbage about Fidel. But
I mean, that's not garbage. That's actual fact, sir. That's not garbage.
But let me just say this: that we're not doing that. But wait a minute, hey John, let me tell you this. Hey John, I'm not telling you what you could do somewhere else, but not here. You have to respect certain boundaries of here. Now, let's move on. Go ahead, Ike.
I just want to make a quick comment about the notion of commodification and its extending to the conception of what it is to be, or the experience of what it is to be a human being, and the whole idea of moral paralysis going on right now. And somehow, that kind of stuff reminds me of a biblical passage. You have to forgive me. That's my racket. That's, by the way, a big book, so I have to read it sometimes. In one of the chapters in John's Gospel, this brother named Nicodemus comes to talk to Jesus at night, right? The name of the game is he doesn't want to be seen, so to speak, with this kind of rabble-rousing preacher from North Philly. Understand where I'm coming from? Mm-hmm. It's not stated in that passage what Nicodemus is there to see Jesus about, but it's implied, in my opinion, like the rich young man that comes to see Jesus and he asks Jesus, what must I do to inherit eternal life? That's not mentioned. What Jesus tells Nicodemus is, you can't see the kingdom of heaven unless you are born from above. Born again is the... My gut tells me, and he also goes on to say, you can't enter the kingdom of heaven unless you're born again or born from above. there's something that tells me that the constraints of capitalism and commodification, as we talked about, put us collectively, all of us, in a kind of cage. And the truth of the matter is, escape from that cage involves the necessity of something that goes beyond that cage. You understand where I'm coming from? And I think that's true for Black folks, white folks. You don't have to be Christian or whatever the heck it is, but we are dependent upon something that goes beyond, in effect, the logic of what capitalism is about, as this dude explains it in his big book, which strikes me as one hell of a big book. That's all I wanted to say.
Yeah. I actually want to move towards talking more about the meaning of the emancipation of the 4 million enslaved Black proletariat, because I think this question of moral paralysis and yet like moral vision and movement, and this question of, in the face of increasing commodification, in the face of this economic revolution, like how does the Black worker respond? And in Black Reconstruction, Du Bois obviously formulates that American society is actually split into threes. And so Du Bois also departs from the traditional Marxist dialectic of a class struggle between the working class and the capitalist class. Instead, the pre-Civil War US had the Black worker, the white worker, and the planter. And so this is a more complex configuration. And I think we would say that it lends itself towards instability, temporary alliances, different shifts, and additional dynamics. And we see Du Bois's discovery of the Black proletariat as hugely significant, because for the first time, they are treated as an agent of history, and not just one agent of history, but as the agent of history. Black Reconstruction is not just a political economic work, but it is seeing the Black proletariat as liberators and a vanguard of an American revolutionary process. And Du Bois, like it has to be said, he sees the significance of the freeing of the enslaved as something that's comparable, if not just as significant as the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, the Chinese revolutions. And so, although Beckert acknowledges the significance of enslaved labor in producing the wealth of the Cotton Kingdom, Du Bois sees the Black worker not as an instrument in building capitalism, but as a unique folk that have a moral character, a revolutionary strategy, and as having like souls or consciousness. And so, as we all know, during Reconstruction, the Black worker embarked on an experiment of governance that Du Bois said showed tendencies towards a dictatorship of the proletariat. But the arc of this history is actually quite tragic. And I think this quote that Du Bois summarizes at the end of his chapter on the white worker, I think shows basically the whole arc of this history. He says, "The slave went free, stood a brief moment in the sun, then moved back again towards slavery. The whole weight of America was thrown to color caste. The colored world went down before England, France, Germany, Russia, Italy, and America. A new slavery arose. The upward moving of white labor was betrayed into wars for profit based on color caste. Democracy died, save in the hearts of Black folk." And then Du Bois then says, "Indeed, the plight of the white working class throughout the world today, during the Great Depression when he's writing, is directly traceable to Negro slavery in America, on which modern commerce and industry was founded, which persisted to threaten free labor until it was partially overthrown in 1863. This resulting color caste was adopted, forwarded, and approved by white labor. It resulted in subordination of colored labor to white profits the world over. Thus, the majority of the world's laborers, by the insistence of white labor, became the basis of a system of industry, which ruined democracy and showed its perfect fruit in World War and Depression." This book seeks to tell that story. And so Beckert sees a revolution, his second industrial revolution, in the reconstruction of capital and the reconstruction of labor. And this is undertaken by the capitalist class. And so fundamentally, I think he interprets emancipation as a sign of capitalism's continuing reform. But Du Bois, although he also sees, quote, "a new capitalism and a new enslavement of labor" in this period of 1873, he's clear that what the Black proletariat faced in 1876 was not a revolution, but, quote, a counter-revolution of property. This counter-revolution overthrew the dictatorship of labor in the South. And Du Bois does have a political economic analysis. He says, great corporations, through their control of new capital, began to establish a super government. It put labor to work at a wage approximating as nearly as possible slavery conditions in order to restore capital lost in the war. But then Du Bois, what he calls the counter-revolution of 1876, is a victory for which the South has every right to hang its head. And he says that the unending tragedy of Reconstruction is the utter inability of the American mind to grasp its real significance, its national and its worldwide implications. And so the worldwide implications are that the defeat of Reconstruction enables a new American industrial empire, and it turns the US into a reactionary force. He calls it the cornerstone subjecting the labor of yellow, brown, and black peoples to the dictation of capitalism, now organized on a world basis. And so it's the defeat of Reconstruction that makes the world weep under the weight of empire. But he also he essentially says that it is the kernel, it's the wrinkle in history that leads to the suffering of the white worker during the Great Depression. It leads to the collapse of European civilization in the world wars. And that basically it damns even the greatest supporters of the system, which is like the white worker and the white people. And so I think Du Bois sees the solution, like he sees the solution to all of these crises that are coming in the reconstruction of the Black proletariat, who aren't just one case of the general worker, but are actually a class for humanity in the future. And I think one of the last quotes that I'll read is that Du Bois is very emphatic that whatever rebuilding, quote, whether it comes now or a century later, which is like 2036, it will and must go back to the basic principles of Reconstruction in the United States during 1867 to 1876. Land, light, and leading for slaves black, brown, yellow, and white under a dictatorship of the proletariat. And so I think we are already, like constantly talking about Du Bois. And so I think the last thing that I'll just say is that we know that Du Bois tries to do justice to the aspirations of Black folk. And he sees their striving for freedom as much beyond just escaping slavery or becoming free labor in an existing system, which is what a distant historian like Beckert would assume just looking from the outside. But Du Bois, when he actually investigates the era, he discovers that the freedmen yearn to learn and to know, and that ultimately, even with the defeat of Reconstruction, he says that they bent to the storm of beating, lynching, and murder, but they avoided the mistake of trying to meet force by force. They kept their souls in spite of public and private insult. They built an inner culture which the world recognizes, in spite of the fact that it is still half strangled and inarticulate. And so I just say this to say that Du Bois's project is actually the human being. It's man himself. It's not just economic life or economic man. And Du Bois, like us, I think, sees the problem of knowledge in that age. And that problem is that the propaganda of history can't even accept that the Black man is a man. And the propaganda of history can't seek to know man as man. And he says that history is not going to be scientific as long as that truth is denied. And so he ends Black Reconstruction by saying, one reads the truer, deeper facts of Reconstruction with a great despair. It is at once so simple and human, and yet so futile. There's no villain, no idiot, no saint. There are just men. Men who crave ease and power. Men who know want and hunger. Men who have crawled. They all dream and strive with ecstasy of fear and strain of effort. Yet the rich world is wide enough for all, wants all, needs all. So slight a gesture, a word might set the strife in order. Not with full content, but with growing dawn of fulfillment. And so I think Black Reconstruction as a work of logic, philosophy of history, a theory of the class struggle, democracy, this is what you wrote, democracy and state formation. It's not just dealing with like existing structures of class, race, and the state, but it investigates the processes by which these formations, like which they're formed, the processes of logic actually being created. And so, Doc, you said that Black Reconstruction is about the future, the arc of US history, its logic and rhythm. And so I think when Du Bois reaches for this complete science of like history, sociology, political economy, but poetry, music, and art, those are each methods that have their own logic of investigation. And together they reach framing knowledge. And so I think I just invite everybody to respond and to build like on this concept, because I think we have talked for like an hour about Beckert, like his difficulties, the problems that are presented by his work and this way of thinking. And I think we already believe that Du Bois is the answer, but I don't think it's enough to just say Du Bois is the answer. Like, I think we should actually talk about it.
So,
Glorious huckster.
Well, one thing I wanted to pull from the last part of the discussion, which is relevant, is we said it, but Beckert kind of casts aside as not super important the first American Revolution and the French Revolution. And part of the reason why is because he's ultimately comes off as quite cynical about ideas and about revolutionary ideas. And I bring that up because I think that those earlier chapters where he kind of glosses over it and doesn't pay that much attention, even to those those revolutions of the first industrial revolution, those problems become much more apparent once he gets to the second industrial revolution. But it's so interesting because it's like, for him, that moment of the American Civil War, of what he also connects to all these wider struggles around the world, it's like that for him is the hinge point. But for Beckert, it's the hinge point of the history that he's telling. It's literally the middle point of the book. And it's from that, out of that is the next part of the book, which is titled it's like Reconstructions, I think. And it's like really interesting because he doesn't actually talk about Du Bois that much, but you can tell that that whole framing of the reconstructing of the world, he pulls it from Du Bois. Well, he also doesn't really do justice to what Nuri was describing. And I bring it up because I think part of what we're putting forward as the free school is the idea that, yes, maybe capitalism was the determining logic that emerged in history, let's say for a period of 200 years, especially from the 1500s until maybe the second industrial revolution. But what we would say from something from a work like Black Reconstruction is that you have emerging in history, issuing from history, and especially from the American struggle, a different logic of history. And I think that it's what's so new about it, and even Nuri rereading those passages from Black Reconstruction that we know so well, but always come off as new and something it speaks to us in a different way, is that on the one hand, what Beckert misses is that he views Reconstruction, both in America and around the world, as ultimately that attempt to reconstruct capital and reconstruct labor, to reconstruct capitalism itself. What Du Bois identifies in Black Reconstruction is a new logic, which is not really just the emergence of socialism, but it's the emergence of what we call democracy. And I think we have to argue that out more, but it's also, and this is where I think it's good for us to challenge, that's where Beckert precisely argues that what emerges is what he calls capitalist civilization. And so we have to put that up against our own concept of, okay, is it capitalist civilization or is it Western civilization? Is it white civilization? How do we actually square that circle for us? But it's I guess the point I'm trying to make is that from Reconstruction, this hinge point in history, you have the emergence of what the Black worker was actually striving for in that great experiment of the struggle of Reconstruction. And with the defeat of Reconstruction, you have this emergence of the logic fully cemented of white supremacy. And I think that it's almost that those two parallel logics emerge from Reconstruction, the logic of white supremacy as what becomes almost a determining force in history, whose logic is not just capitalist, but has its own force and logic and reproduces itself in its own ways, but also that logic of the striving of the Black worker, which we then see fulfilled in the anti-colonial struggle, but also in the third American Revolution, civil rights movement, even in the Russian Revolution. And I just want to bring that up. It's like what we're ultimately trying to work out is part of our whole dissatisfaction with the 20th century part of the capitalism book is because we see a different logic operating at work in the 20th century than what Beckert is trying, and that's why it's so dissatisfying, is because especially in the 20th century, he's constantly looking for that evidence of what is capitalism doing in the 20th century. But maybe the story of the 20th century is basically that which Du Bois is identifying.
No question.
And for us, that's part of the reason why it feels so dissatisfying to read that, the most recent parts, because we see emerging from Reconstruction a different logics of history, which, as Nuri said, require different logics of investigation.
I just wanted to add a small point related to what Jeff. You guys can hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I just wanted to add a small point to what Jeremiah was saying, because I think the two concepts, both of democracy and civilization, become very important in our time. And it seems to me that he doesn't really engage with them. And, to me, even Black Reconstruction, you can see as an act of civilization and the building up of civilization. And, I think in this time, you can kind of see the barbarism that the West has descended into. And even this conversation we were having about commodification, what is the antidote to commodification? It's civilization. And I would even say religion, civilization and religion. And I think you can see this in Iran. The barbarism of the West and the religion and civilization of the darker world, as pit against each other. And I think that's true of both Black Reconstruction and, all over the anti-colonial struggles, you have the imprint of religion. And I think that's very significant because, religion and civilization, as you guys were saying, deals with the whole man, the entirety of man, not economic man. So yeah, I just wanted to add that.
But yeah, on this, I just want to thank Nouri for the introduction that she did about Black Reconstruction, and I think the importance of Reconstruction to our understanding of the system that we are facing today. And one of the things that Du Bois says in the Black Worker chapter at the end, which we've read many times, is this whole how the Black worker represents, the darker working population around the world. I don't have the book with me right now, but when he talks about the working population, black, brown, yellow, around the world, and it's something that I've thought about many times. But in Beckert's presentation, one of the things that he mentions is a lot of the revolts around the world at the same time as the Civil War in the US, including the Taiping Rebellion in China, which was in many ways a rebellion of the peasantry, the Chinese peasantry. I think Mao even called it a kind of proto-communist rebellion or revolution, not revolution, rebellion. And in India, in 1857, there's a famous, rebellion against the British. Some people here call it the First War of Independence. And then again, revolts of the Bengali peasantry in around that period, 1960, 1961, 1962. And and of course, all of this is happening alongside the Civil War in the United States and this general strike of Black workers. And I'm just seeing sort of new relationships, new content into what Du Bois is saying in this question of the formation of the Black worker. And it's interesting, I think, what we were discussing earlier about the what Doc called, the fallacy of overgeneralization in Beckert, where he tries to put everything together and group all of this with the bourgeois revolutions, or the working class in Europe, versus Du Bois, who's making this a particular study of the United States and its Reconstruction, but going from the particular to the universal in a very different way.
Right. Yeah, I just wanted to add that on this point about religion, it is, I think, significant as we've been reading Black Reconstruction that Du Bois goes from the general strike to the coming of the Lord, which is going from the economic and political action of the Black proletariat to the question of religion and culture, and the religion and culture that came out of that struggle against slavery. And similarly, on this question of Western civilization versus Becker's concept of capitalist civilization, looking at the world in Africa, Du Bois makes the argument that even from the beginning of basically the slave trade and colonialism, that Europe developed through greed a certain concept of that it impacted religion and science. Those are really the two things he points to in addition to economics, and then culture as well. So I think Du Bois makes a compelling argument about why we should consider it Western or white civilization, not merely capitalist civilization. And then again, Du Bois' intervention is so much in the field of, in addition to political economy, religion and science, which are again connected to culture, as an alternative to white or Western civilization. That the Black workers' great achievement is not just their economic position and action, but their achievements in these fields of religion, science, and culture. And again, even looking at what's happening today, like Nanta and others are saying, the barbarism of the West is difficult to explain merely through capitalist civilization. Like this massacre of these school children in Iran or Palestine, it doesn't even seem to have much to do with the question of capitalism. Right. It is, I mean, maybe it does, but I don't think it can sufficiently explain. It is really a civilization war. And then how do you explain like a country like Russia, which I guess is capitalist, but it doesn't engage in the same kind of barbarity that as Western civilization is engaging in this period. And, as we've discussed many times, the crisis that is facing the United States is not really merely an economic crisis, but more totalizing crisis where you need these other categories, religion, science, to explain what is happening. And so I think that's where Du Bois's expansion of dialectics into the triad and the Black worker and the darker proletariat, and even when he looks at the West, the white masters of the world, all of that is very important and explains things in a way that you obviously don't get merely from the concept of capitalist civilization.
Yeah, the specificity of like what Raju was saying about that there's value in understanding even the specificity of what happened in the Civil War and Reconstruction is important because, I mean, first of all, I missed some of Nuri's intro, but sorry, you probably covered this, but yeah, the fact that Du Bois makes it a point to say, he always says, even in Philadelphia Negro, to understand the African-American people as a people who become a people, that is a laboratory in of itself, that could explain something about not just humanity, but essentially human development, the maturation of human beings in civilization. But I reread I was rereading the first 3 chapters of Black Reconstruction, and going off of Nandita and Meghna and Jahan and also Nuri's introduction of Black Reconstruction, the value of even reading those first 3 chapters is that, I mean, you just take the first chapter, the Black worker, well, actually, I'll include the first 2 chapters, the Black worker and the white worker, which is, first of all, I'm not completely familiar with Marx's defining of the proletariat, but I mean, Marx, to my knowledge, Marx has a certain understanding of the industrial proletariat because shaped through the objective or material conditions and historical forces of, and I guess you could argue like the human experience of working in a certain economic system, let's just say economic system, that the people who are doing a certain work or labor also, their consciousness is formed a certain way, right? That's my guess of the argument.
No,
of proletariat.
you're right.
But
it's a determinism,
right?
And therefore you can predict
who
action.
is yes.
I'm sorry.
But interestingly, Du Bois doesn't say why is it that Du Bois does not say, for example, the worker. There's just one first chapter of the worker. Well, it's not as simple as just being like black people great, white people bad. That's not Du Bois. Du Bois has a certain science, right?
Yeah.
He says, first of all, you have to understand that America at that point has two economic systems that also are politically somewhat different at that time. You have the northern system, which is trying to industrialize, and then you have the southern plantation system, which you could argue is more of like a feudal system, more similar to a feudal system. And that's also why Du Bois, when he describes the Civil War or even Reconstruction, he describes it in the chapter, The Price of Disaster, as thus by singular coincidence and for a moment, for the few years of an eternal second in a cycle of 1,000 years, the orbits of two widely and utterly dissimilar economic systems coincided. And the result was a revolution so vast and portentous that few minds ever fully conceived it. For the systems were these. First, that of a democracy, which should by universal suffrage establish a dictatorship of the proletariat, ending in industrial democracy. And the other, a system by which a little knot of masterful men would so organize capitalism as to bring under their control the natural resources, wealth, and industry of a vast and rich country and through that of the world. For a second, for a pulse of time, these orbits crossed and coincided, but their central suns were 1,000 light years apart, even though the blind and ignorant fury of the South and the complacent Philistinism of the North saw them as one. And I mean, we can go into the deeper analysis of that, but essentially Du Bois is arguing that for a second, there's a possibility of not what I'm assuming Beckert would claim as a reconstruction of capitalism, but actually Du Bois, like Megna was saying, is arguing that through labor, if labor could be united, if labor could even follow its intelligent leadership that existed, which is not white leadership, because Du Bois even makes a point that unfortunately at that time, there was no intelligent white leadership, not in the North, not in the South. I'll define why, but actually the only intelligent leadership on behalf of the working class at that time is Black leadership, and I'll explain why. But unfortunately, because there was no broad labor movement gathered under intelligent leadership of the working class, which was Black leadership at the time, they were unable to transform or have a real revolution, which would lead to democracy, an industrial democracy. Those are closely linked, but I guess I want to go back to my original point of why is it that Du Bois does not say the worker? Why Black worker? Why white worker? That is not just because, it's not just because like if you're born with melanin, you're given gifts. And if you're not born with melanin, you're not given gifts. It's not because of that. Du Bois is making a certain point where at that time, because of the enslaved Black proletariat on the southern plantations, there's something about a historic experience and then a political struggle against a certain system that then produces consciousness, a certain collective consciousness that is lacking in the white worker. Why? Here's the evidence. The white worker at that point, Du Bois, if you read the white worker carefully, people always think that Du Bois is talking about the white worker in the South. He's not actually. He's talking about the white worker in the North. The industrial white worker at the time is the white worker, because in the South, he says that he calls them the poor whites. The poor white laborers have no stable, real jobs except being slave hunters, scraps. They're seen as economic outcasts. They are outcasted from the existing feudal plantation system. Hence, they are unable to have a collective consciousness. However, the white workers in the North, he actually, Du Bois goes into a genealogy about it too. He talks about how like the English, the quote unquote, the native born white people at the time are of English descent because it came from the Mayflower and like whatever. They at the time either make up that plantation, the planter class, or they make up like they have some land, they have some property, maybe they are some of the poor whites in the South. But really, when Du Bois talks about the white worker, he's talking about a certain class that has a certain collective, quote unquote, consciousness, the quality of consciousness, you can debate that. Du Bois says it's a lower consciousness than Black worker. But it is the white worker in the North, including all those immigrants from Ireland, from like all those European countries, all the new immigrants who are working certain jobs in the industrial North in the hopes of gaining capital and becoming closer to the capitalist class. I guess the point I'm trying to make is just that, Du Bois actually in The Black Worker says that this is something beyond Beckert's logic or theology or epistemology, whatever. Du Bois makes the point that the Black worker in some ways is a new or world historic figure because he says the Black worker never sought in resisting even during the general strike or even before the Civil War. The Black workers, the enslaved Black proletariat who fled to the North was not like, oh, I have individual freedom, now I can collect capital. And Instead, what happened to the enslaved proletariat who fled to the North, because of that consciousness, that Black worker consciousness, collective consciousness, they become the basis of an intelligent leadership fighting for the freedom of a whole people.
May I say something?
Oh, yeah.
This is very important, what you're saying. I would just add to what you're saying, historically constituted differently. Why does Du Bois have two workers, the Black worker and the white worker? And what Du Bois says based on empirical evidence, they're constituted differently, historically. Hence, their consciousness is constituted differently. I would just say one last thing, and this is devastating to consider. White folk have never deeply believed in a universal democracy. Never. It was always, even at the height of the Black freedom movement, the civil rights movement, it wasn't as though they rose up in the name of democracy. They rose up to oppose it. Du Bois is right. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. This is, and it's the tragedy of the white worker, not of the Black worker.
And it's the tragedy that's got Donald Trump.
Say that.
It's the tragedy that had Donald Trump in the White House.
Yeah, but even if you didn't have Donald Trump, even if you had Franklin Roosevelt, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
Can I say something? No, I really appreciate the discussion and stuff. Just a lot of it started making sense to me. And I want to go back to something that's already been talked about. This question of why this book now, and also drawing attention to something that was part of the initial framing of the interlocking crises that this time represents, and how that is connected to the question of why Beckert comes up with this book now. And I think I just wanted to raise 2 points. The first being, how, from Raju's review and from what I've read of the book, one of the primary considerations that Beckert has about why he even sees capitalism as a permanent revolution. Basically its dependence on the particular forms of the state and how it's really connected to the state. And I think I was basically drawing this connection to how we have identified the crisis of the neoliberal state at this moment, which raises this question of how capitalism is going to be rescued in this particular moment of crisis. But the other thing that I was thinking about right now is also how one of Beckert's, I guess, theses is that he wants to write a global history of capitalism, turning away from a Eurocentric sort of focus on how it was really the industrial revolution, and then the white worker and the contradiction between the white worker and the capitalist that really is the essential contradiction in the logic and the history of capitalism. But then something about what was just said about also how he views the 20th century and how he sees things like Reconstruction and then the defeat of Reconstruction, but also the anti-colonial struggles and so on. It seems like it's once again an effort to make these things fit with a universal logic where capitalism is the thing that remains permanent, or it's basically subsumed within that broader logic, instead of what was just said about seeing these as new breaking moments or new breakthrough logics of how history would progress and representing something qualitatively new. So that's something just I wanted to say.
I also am really interested in this thing of Black Reconstruction and the Black proletariat coming from a particular study, like a very focused, in-depth study, but then ultimately Du Bois almost saying something prophetic, where he says, this is what leads to empire. It leads to the degradation of darker labor all around the world.
Yes.
And not just the degradation of darker labor all around the world, but when he explicitly says the plight of the white working class today is directly traceable to basically the re-enslavement of Black folk in America. I think that is really interesting and significant. Because basically I almost feel like the Black worker and this striving of the human being, like this logic of freedom and democracy, that striving is something that basically, like, whether it's now or whether it's in the future, it basically damns the logic of capitalism.
Right.
And it says it will not last, it cannot continue. Even if the white worker allies themselves with it, like it will bite you. And yeah, I just think that the fact that Du Bois is saying all of these crises of capitalism that come afterwards, they're not just normal crises of capitalism where like it will reconstitute itself, but they're basically like the dying signs of almost like a promise or a pact that was made between like the white worker, or that the white worker accepted at that time. And I say that because it's also that after the defeat of Reconstruction, Jim Crow like ultimately structures like the agricultural system in the South, and racial science and white supremacy become these very like potent ideologies. And I think that in free school, when we say that it's the creation of a new social system, a white supremacist social system that arises not in the 1500s, not in the 1200s, but after the defeat of Reconstruction, this is when like Western civilization like claims dominance. And this is also when the color line becomes the problem of the 20th century, or the problem of modernity. And so I just think it's the question of what white supremacy also means, where we've talked about it sort of in different ways, where does white supremacy emerge from capitalism? Does capitalism does it create the conditions for white supremacy? Some people might say that white supremacy, like that capitalism births white supremacy. I don't know if we need but basically that.
How would you square that circle?
I think that capitalism creates conditions for modern white supremacy, where there's the development of a new social system. And I think that today we see the evidence of a world order that is structured not just by capitalism, but by white supremacy and by war. But I just think that the problem of the relationship of white supremacy and its logical relationship to capitalism is actually really important, because like we've been talking about with the war in Iran, we have to deal with the problems that are facing humanity today. And we have to ask, how are these forces actually constituted? How do we evaluate them? And I think this is where like this question of, is it a hierarchy? Is it a heterarchy? How does white supremacy or capitalism, if at all, how are they like compatible with each other? Are they in contradiction with each other? And to be more like concrete about it, like people would say that the Gulf War 30 years ago was fought for like American oil interests or for the benefit of American empire. But I think is America and Israel's current war on Iran just another capitalist war for the economy? Or is it actually a war of white supremacy and civilization? And I think it's important to explore this distinction. Because if it is a war of white supremacy and civilization, white supremacy is not just a derivative or a downstream expression of capitalism. that can be resolved if we just resolve capitalism, but it is its own problem. It's an independent force that potentially like overdetermines American life.
Yes.
It undermines democracy in and of itself. And I think, yeah, it becomes its own problem that has to be taken theoretically seriously. And it can't just be like thrown under the bus of like, oh, if we just do capitalism, that's all good. And to go a little bit further, I think white supremacy, the way that we diagnose it, is a very self-serving, individualistic force. Like it's an ideology that says, I don't really care what happens to other people, I care about what happens to me. And I think that in some ways that is largely compatible with this idea of capitalism as a logic of accumulation, of exploitation, commodification, and like rational self-interest or whatever. But I don't think that this compatibility is inherent or fundamental. And I say this because white workers were also devastated by the Great Depression, which is what Du Bois points out. The deindustrialization that was led by the ruling elite, it attacks the white working class as well as the Black proletariat. And so even these natural phenomena of capitalism are not ultimately like very, like, they don't protect white people either. And so I just think that Du Bois's trialectic, in some ways it asks the question, okay, if the white worker is allied with the planter, like, will there be temporary unity based on like racial, on whiteness, but also like, can that actually last? And so I just say that because today I think the American people are actually faced with a choice between like maybe rational self-interest of the preservation of like American people, American troops, versus like a white supremacist civilization that is hungry for war, but I don't even know if it does pay like any wages of whiteness. And so basically that this question of the current world order and the American people, the path that they're going to take, it does go down to the problem of war also. And whether like there's any stable civilizational foundation, whether there's any vision for the future that can be built on a basis of whiteness. But basically that Du Bois basically prophesizes it. And if the white worker was not ready to accept what the leadership or what the vision of the Black proletariat like stood for at the time, is Du Bois still pointing towards a potential like future based on that study of what the universal like worker can become? So.
Can I add some comments from the chat? Well, because a lot of the comments, even from the beginning, because in some ways what Nuri you're also raising is we're at the point, I do feel like, funnily enough, it came up throughout the whole seminar. People, I think, were really, even when we were talking just about Beckert's thesis of the global system of capitalism, people were always kind of seemingly yearning to talk about, for example, white supremacy, or even is the logic of capitalism just the logic of colonialism, for example? Or does capitalism lead to colonialism inherently? Does it just inherently lead to its? So a lot of the comments, even from the beginning, were around that. So I just wanted to bring them in right now, which is Nathan Reddy had even asked, would we say that pre-colonial economic exploitation was capitalism, or would it be proto-capitalism, for example? And then also he asked, does this mean European domination was just in the pipeline for some time? That the emergence of capitalism from the mercantilists of Africa and Asia led to like European domination. That's kind of part of the question. And then this commenter Jupiter Hammond asked or says, the Reconstruction period is an example of how war and genocide are at the core of capitalism, which cannot survive without its core tenet of creative destruction. And then Shambarto also was kind of saying what you were saying, Nuri, just now, that the discussion on logics of capitalism versus that of social change is very interesting. Regarding the transition between two capitalist systems, perhaps what Du Bois calls the counter-revolution of property is what Beckert would call a revolution within capitalism. And with the current world situation, we are seeing a civilizational war against Iran, which is clashing with the logic of capitalism. This is reflected in the shameful UNSC resolution condemning Iran. And then Neha adds in, sacrifice as a central idea shaping collective consciousness and civilization for the Black and colored people of the world is an important point that defends the logic of capitalism and drives vitality, which is interesting.
Drives what?
Drives vitality.
Some concept of martyrdom
Mhm.
is a source of civilizational vitality.
If I could engage in one of the questions that the commenter asked about how European civilization was just in the pipeline of capitalist development. I think that, at least according to how Beckert puts it, it was the Europeans who engaged in a certain kind of capitalist development that found that sweet spot between exploitation and maximum accumulation of capital. And he actually also mentions...
And what was the next thing? See, I think you're very right. Exploitation, commodity, but also the compromise, the white worker finding a sweet spot in a system that exploits the workers of the world, including Black workers.
Right.
That's the key. And
but I don't think that Beckert exactly gets into the complications of the color line.
No, we're talking about Du Bois.
Right. So that's what I was.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No. It's basically the way that Beckert tries to say it is that the Europeans were the most violent of the capitalists, and that's why they got ahead, and they could accumulate most of the capital. But I think that with the Du Boisian analysis, you would have to.
I'm sorry.
you would have to consider what the role that the analytical and sociological role that the color line plays, because the point of the World in Africa that Du Bois wrote was trying to say that you cannot understand the world economy without centering the exploitation in Africa. And then, even though it was an earlier work, Black Reconstruction, he centers the agency on the Black worker, but also on their quest for education and their strikes and their organizational efforts. And I think that with that, as well as Beckert also giving examples of other civilizations like China, for example, which also had, in his words, a capitalist mode of production, but also reined in their capitalists. So there was that merger of the non-capitalist and capitalist forces, with the state being a more controlling or overseeing force rather than constitutive of capitalism itself. And I think the other thing I wanted to say is a response to something that Nuri was talking about, which is the way that Du Bois makes a case for the global connection of labor is very different from how Beckert makes that connection. Because I think that Du Bois links the Black worker to darker labor worldwide by sort of demonstrating that they are in a common position within a world economic capitalist system. And the way that Beckert tries to do it is he tries to position capitalism on a timeline of history without really considering the worker in it, even though that is what he said he was going to do throughout the book. But as the book progresses, he doesn't do that anymore. Like even the commodification of all human life in today's world, which he mentions at the end of the book, I don't really get the impression that he's for it or against it. I just think that he's saying that this is how capitalism is going to go, because capitalism is going to try to find the most productive, most capital accumulating way of doing it, and that this is how it's going to do it. So in a way, he is taking the agency away from the people, which he started off the book by. I think there was a very interesting part in the preface where he says how the economy is a constructed abstraction. I found that part very interesting because he's trying to say that the economy is a human-made abstraction and has been granted power over us by ourselves. And
the question is, who is the us?
Right.
Yes. Yeah, who is abdicated?
Yeah, who is
Can I
that?
respond
That's,
to
yeah.
one of the points you just made?
Sure.
Because I'm not sure if I see it the same way, which is, I do think Becker would say that, like, let's say the coolie worker in China or the peasant worker in India or the enslaved worker in America, like, I feel like he would kind of generally say they're part of the capitalist system, they occupy a similar position. That's kind of like his general framework. I feel like what Du Bois argues specifically in Black Reconstruction is one, that the logic of white supremacy and of a white supremacist social system, which is fully established with the defeat of Reconstruction, is important because America, like, concretely becomes a global empire in the wake of the defeat of Reconstruction. And like, that is the kind of empirical basis for Du Bois to say that this logic of white supremacy spreads literally because the power of America spreads, its influence around the world spreads, its colonies around the world expand. And I think that's like the kind of concrete basis upon which Du Bois says that. And then I think the other way that Du Bois would actually draw the connection between, let's say, the Black worker in the South and the darker worker around the world is on the basis of like consciousness. It is on the basis of like huge parts of the world being brought together for the first time, whether through capital or by other means. And like, for the very first time, darker humanity becoming aware of itself, and also of basically all of the world's darker civilizations being faced with the onslaught of what becomes white civilization and Western civilization. So I feel like, I don't know, because I've been thinking about it, like, it is important that Du Bois is not just expressing a connection between the Black worker and the darker labor around the world, simply on the basis of like, oh, they occupy the same rung of the capitalist system, but it's on a specific ground of what is the role of the United States in world history coming out of the defeat of Reconstruction, and what is the logic through which all of these people around the world engage in what becomes the freedom struggle. Yeah.
No, you complete the circle.
Yeah.
What is common about all labor except white labor? And it is the democratic aspiration.
Yeah, right. The consciousness.
Yeah, I would say, but because he says it all the time.
Yeah.
Democracy died except in the hearts of Black men and women.
Right.
That's all.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if this is the right time to bring it up, but I actually really wanted to continue this thought of what it actually means to center consciousness in all of this, and also like democratic strivings, and like the relationship that I think one thing that you brought up was also like in Du Bois, we can actually learn something about the relationship between labor and democracy as central to this, and also and it's something that is so absent in Beckert. You would think that in his logic that, like, you know, people started to become interconnected to each other in the beginnings of capitalism, to one another, and then eventually connected to the rest of the world and the rest of humanity through something called capitalism. You would think that actually he is implying that people actually know one another.
Well, excuse me. Remember, he says that in the second industrial revolution, you had the territorialization, the formation of nation states, which went against this, you know, the universalism. I'm just saying that he does accept that, but
he does accept what? Beckert does accept what?
That he says there was this world systems of trade, and you know, and then suddenly in the last part, 1870s forward, capitalist nation states which separate spatially and territorially.
I want to say that actually even before the rise of the nation states, and like as a like stoppage to this like universalist logic, we have been actually on this thing of like what actually divided people from one another as the color line arose, as the concept of like race and whiteness arose. And that actually is really important to not just understanding the development of the world through just capitalist means, but actually like what actually prevented this global system from actually creating a system of like global consciousness and people knowing one another on the basis of their civilization, of their democratic strivings. And to like build on, I think, a point that I feel like we're exploring a lot through Black Reconstruction, but also this one line at the very end of The World in Africa also has been ringing in my head, in which I think Du Bois has a very specific indictment and diagnosis of capitalism that I just wanted to bring and read aloud, if that's all right. And that he actually says that the sin of capitalism is secrecy. Secrecy in that it is the deliberate concealing of the characters, methods, and result of efforts to satisfy human wants. When men choose to understand their work and see its results and can sell their toil in open market for those who want to use it, there's the opportunity for ethical judgment, public justice, communal democracy. But when the nature of work is hidden behind legal barriers, maybe even hidden behind white supremacy, so that a man knows neither what he is doing or what the results of his toil will be, who will enjoy it, or why and whence or how his income is made, then the opportunity for human degradation is limited only by the evil possibilities of the lowest of men. Murder and theft may ensue with no chance to fix the guilt. It's not mass production, but mass concealment that is the sin of capitalism, of the capitalist system, according to Du Bois. And this is the meaning of, to go back to the significance of the transatlantic slave trade. This is the meaning of African slavery, and this is the virus that it poured into the veins of modern culture and fatally poisoned it. To prevent that, I think the rupture that the transatlantic slave trade, to actually not just see it as like an exploitative relationship of labor, but what one human being did to another human being, what Europe did to Africa, I think is really important. And so I think actually he goes on to say that once all the facts of the industrial process are known, then if a man eats, he should work. But if he does not work, he should not eat unless the free, intelligent judgment of his fellows declares that it is his existence at public expense is for public weal. This and this alone is democracy. Yeah.
What page is that?
This is from The World in Africa.
Can I just add one thing to what Kathy said, which is that I think on the one hand, it is reasonable to assert that the beginnings of the transatlantic slave trade were largely driven by basically the emergence of capitalism. Like literally the need to like connect these commodity frontiers and like to create, like meet the demand for labor and all that stuff. And yet, like Kathy was saying, in that process, something new emerges also, which is like what we say, like the logic of white supremacy. And I think that, like, I guess part of it too is because one of the last great attempts to explain war on a scientific basis was Lenin's imperialism, and to identify an economic basis for the causes of war. And I think what Du Bois proposes is, even in that same time period, a different explanation, which in many ways is partially compatible with Lenin's idea of imperialism and like the creation of monopoly, which is also the kind of the milieu that Beckert is arriving at. But I think I just fundamentally think that Du Bois is articulating a different kind of cause for war itself. And I think the other thing I just wanted to add is that I think it's important that in Black Reconstruction, Du Bois does do the triad and not a dyad of even Black versus white. And I feel like it's important to like think about like why does he do the triad?
Capital versus labor.
Or capital versus labor. Because on the one hand, he's not just saying that the logic of white supremacy because wholesale replaces the logic of capitalism.
Right.
I don't think Du Bois is saying that the logic of white supremacy just replaces the logic of capitalism. Therefore, now we just have Black versus white. I think that he's making a more complex case for what ultimately is this force that emerges out of capitalism and takes on a life of its own and requires a different kind of resolution.
But he's proposing a different logic, period.
Right. And so it births a different logic. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say.
Because the other logics only got it partially right.
Yes.
Can I try to make this concrete?
Yeah.
Which is, because, well, maybe I won't be able to make it concrete, but I guess I'm just, because with what Kathy was saying about because I feel like Du Bois is also, yes, he's proposing a different logic, but he's proposing a different logic because around him is a certain time in history of what we would call like what you were calling the growing self-consciousness of the world of like the darker humanity or darker labor around the world. But because also, sorry, I was yelling earlier. I thought yelling would help like my thoughts get out better about Black Reconstruction, but the point I think I was trying to make, which never came out, which was like Du Bois makes the point that whether you want to call it the birth of the logic of white supremacy at a certain time because of the transatlantic slave trade, and then the way it's put into a social system after Reconstruction, which coincides with the winning of finance capital. That Du Bois makes the point that what makes the Black worker distinct, but not just the Black worker, but maybe also as representative of the universal dark worker, is that the Black worker never sought to escape his labor status, but instead the Black worker wanted to be a laborer, but changed civilization itself. So civilization was not based on the small top, but rather that civilization could be created from the broad bottom of the laborer, which is something new. And then, but that related to war, I don't know if this helps, maybe it doesn't, but Du Bois also, there's something significant about the point he tries to make where he says, the Civil War as an expression of a colliding, the Civil War is an expression of a colliding of certain, what you want to call it, contradictions or tensions, was not actually because of a fight for national unity or the Union, as people say, but that it is the enslaved proletariat who brought the Civil War. Like actively, it was the Black proletariat with a certain consciousness and desire to reconcile those contradictions, who brings the Civil War into existence. But I just find that significant because that also that I feel like is connected to what Raju was pointing out about there is something, I don't know how Beckert totally lays out because I didn't read this chapter, but there's something significant that Beckert does actually point out that there are all these worker rebellions at the same time, because it's an acknowledgement that the peasant, although maybe not an industrial proletariat, the peasant in China, the peasant in India, although not technically, if you go by economic terms, not technically an industrial proletariat, is a category of consciousness. Is a category of a laborer or a category of a certain basically a worker with consciousness. And
that's very important, Emily, that, and this breaks away from this logic of pure economic man, that a proletariat is defined on the basis not just of its social class position, but of its consciousness.
Yes, which is the point of the difference between the Black worker and white worker. Because also I guess it's less about the historically specific categories, but now into the realm of logic. But an example would be, why is it that not just the white worker of the North, if it was just economically determined, this is the point that people usually get from Black Reconstruction. If things were just economically determined based upon a global system of capitalism, like Beckett says, that also influences thought or influences human relations or determines those, why wouldn't the white worker want to be with the Black worker? Or why decades later, why wouldn't the English factory workers, who must be conscious and so advanced in the consciousness because they know how exploited they are, or they would not want to side with the Indian anti-colonial struggle, or would not want to side with the Chinese revolution, or would not want to side with, eventually down the line, the Iranian people. That's just like a general statement example. But that is very different than assumption of logic of capitalism. Or a contemporary example would be, like, even in my union, labor unions still have theories, right? They're not just shell companies. You would be naive to think that labor leaders do not have a certain theory. Even in my union, at all staff meetings, they will show the state of the working class. as a way to contextualize our union members and what they're doing. There's always one chart they show. It is a measurement of measuring productivity of the nation and the wages of the workers. It's a way of going off of Marx and even, I guess, Beckert's logic of that the capitalist tension, this contradiction of high productivity but low wages, that somehow, the message is always that somehow should galvanize galvanize the workers to change society or fight for more or whatever. But it never does, because union membership is at 8%, maybe 7%. I mean, if the system of capitalism is enough to shape consciousness, even, why wouldn't the highest difference between productivity and the huge gap between high productivity and a certain set of wages, why would that not be enough to even unite the working class? But then here's another poll that's so interesting. The better uniting poll is that 70% of the American people are anti-war. So the comparison in those two charts or polling in some ways points to that we're working within even a different paradigm that mobilizes the people. I don't know. So
No, makes all sense. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
Could I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think the emphasis that we're putting on Reconstruction and the counter-revolution is very important in terms of understanding the system that we see today, and what many people are saying, the origins of a system of white supremacy and a different logic of history, coming through that period of Reconstruction and, what Du Bois calls the counter-revolution of 1876. And I think it's also worth just emphasizing that, unlike, say, Gerald Horne, who sees the current moment as originating in the counter-revolution of 1776, Du Bois really sees it as the counter-revolution of 1876, or the defeat of Reconstruction, as central to understanding and the way the free school has developed in particular, central to understanding our current moment in our current system. And I think there are two parts to it. One, what Emily was saying, and Doc was also, I agree with that, emphasizing that the consciousness of that the position of working people is to be judged not in terms of their structural relationship to a system, but in terms of their consciousness and action. And I think that really puts a different, because in a way, I guess Lenin was already breaking a little bit from this idea that the economically backward, the feudal, the peasantry had to be somehow had to first become the industrial proletariat, wage labor, before they could have the consciousness that would eventually make them a revolutionary vanguard. And Mao certainly broke from it, and Gandhi certainly broke from it. But already, I think in this period, you are seeing, and Du Bois is seeing in a profound way, that if you see these working people in action, in their consciousness, in their revolts, in the general strike for democracy, you get a very different view of and a very different logic of historical action. And it is constituted, I think that's where the civilization becomes so important, that was raised earlier, that the consciousness is constituted civilizationally and not just in terms of economics. But on the other side of it, I think, is also how, when the system is reconstituted after the end of Reconstruction, you get the reproduction of whiteness. That is not just the reproduction of capital, but also the reproduction of whiteness. And in that, it becomes very important to consider the institutions of the state, and institutions like universities, institutions like, and what Beckert says, this managerial class that emerges, which he sees only in the context of its importance to capitalism. Actually, I think you see the new the emergence of new institutions, which become very important also for the reproduction of whiteness, and the emergence of social networks, which become very important for the reproduction of whiteness. And I think so. These two things, in terms of how the Boysian logic plays out after that moment, Yeah, really stay with us today and help us understand many of the things that we are seeing today.
One small thing I wanted to add to. I think the discussion of how the different anti-colonial struggles and the Black freedom movement are related is very important. And I think partly, I do think it's important that, we are positioned in a certain way in the broader economic and structural system. But the point about consciousness is also very important. And I think it's related to the idea of, the production of civilization. Where does civilization lie? And it made me think about Thurman's visit to India. And Gandhi says to him that the greatest messengers of nonviolence will be the Negroes of America. He's saying the greatest act of civilization will come from the African Americans. And I think it's, this thing of civilization is, and civilization as related to democracy, as we're talking about in Black Reconstruction. And this discussion is making me think about that story in new ways. And by the way, now we know almost certainly that Gandhi had read Black Reconstruction.
Really?
And that, yes, almost certainly. And, the degree to which the experience of African Americans was known around the world, I think, is pretty significant. So, yeah.
Well,
I'll go after you.
Okay, I'll be brief, but I wanted to go back to this point about why Du Bois's triads are important for understanding the 20th century. Because when I was looking back at the Black worker, what was really standing out in light of our Beckert discussion or seminar is those prophetic links that he's asserting between the fate of the Black worker and then the darker worker, or the yellow, brown, and Black worker of the world. Like, for example, he talks about how this is at the bottom of page 13, the problem of democracy will expand and touch all races and nations. And when he's talking about how that gift of Black America is like the singular beauty that was created by Black America that will need to be inherited by the world. There's so much in my head that it's like difficult to make the point clear.
Take your time.
Okay, I'm gonna take my time. I'm trying to take my time. But this thing about triads, if for example, the planter represents capitalism, like a logic of capitalism, and the white worker represents a logic of white supremacy, I'm understanding better why Du Bois is asserting that the Black worker represents a logic of civilization. Like why you have been asserting for a year that Black Reconstruction or Reconstruction constitutes a new world movement of thought. Because if the forces of white supremacy and capitalism were the most heightened at that period in world history in America, then this new thrust of Black civilization, which was the thrust of the highest form of democracy that the world had seen until that point, I think that the story of what we see in the 20th century with all of these successive freedom movements is an unfolding of a logic of civilization that is first erected and then deployed by the Black proletariat. Like for me, I'm trying to make more concrete this linkage that Du Bois is establishing between Black America and the world, because he's only referencing it initially in the Black worker, but then, like, for example, it's developed further in the world in Africa, when he's identifying the real causes of the First and Second World War and that initial moral collapse of the West. You know, the collapse of Europe foretells the total collapse, the total moral collapse of Western civilization that we see today. But I also want to stay on this point of the triads, because I think that it explains, and Beckert describes this in some of the later chapters, like this difficult or this arduous struggle between labor and capitalism that you see succeeding what he calls the golden age in the period of neoliberalism. And I was trying to, because I was basically trying to make sense while reading it of why it felt like so little of the anti-colonial freedom movements and also of the Black freedom movement and Reconstruction has been inherited by the darker proletariat today. And I think it is especially because of that new category, that new triad, the logic of white supremacy, understanding it scientifically, and then mounting a civilizational struggle that negates that logic. That is so new with the emancipation of four enslaved proletariat that has not been properly taken up in this country, but also by the world proletariat. I also wanted to say that the way that I understand the logic of civilization is also through, for example, the way that Gandhi defined nonviolence. And for example, in his collection of essays, this is a point that both he and Lawson have made before, but they talk a lot about the evidence or the law of the workings of love between man. And I think the context in which Gandhi was making it is that in spite of the degradation of labor or in spite of the degradation of man, man daily is mounting a civilizational force within and bonding that civilizational force socially with like his brothers that is able to continue to forcefully move history forward in a way that struggles against the way a system above man determines historical rhythm or historical movement. And
a system above man? What does that mean?
Like I'm trying to say that I think that, for example, with Gandhi's theory of nonviolence or Du Bois's theorizing of the Black proletariat, they're identifying a social force at the level of man that comes from man that is able to negate a higher structuring force, such as a structure of capitalism or a structure of white supremacy. And like, that's my way of making sense of also Nandita's comment about these prophetic claims that the greatest philosophers of India and Afro-America, like of darker humanity, are making at the outset of the 20th century. For example, like the creation or the discovery of nonviolence as a new science of social change, which is basically, I think it's basically like the scientific discovery of a certain law of civilization. Or like Du Bois's assertion of the 20th century being the problem of the color line, whose antidote will be democracy and democratic struggle, which is going to be the inheritance of the 20th century. Like him saying that in the Black Worker chapter. I think these connections are just becoming more clear. But I just wanted to read a little more from the Black Worker. And it's toward the end where he says, that dark and vast sea of human labor in China and India, the South Seas and all Africa, in the West Indies and Central America and in the United States, that great majority of mankind shares a common destiny. And then he makes that very important point that the emancipation of man is the emancipation of labor. And the emancipation of labor is the freeing of that basic majority of workers who are yellow, brown, and Black. But I think that's new, to make the emancipation of labor and the emancipation of man one and one. And in today's context, I don't think that promise can be made real for the world proletariat until this negation of white supremacy is actively taken up, like a science of the negation of white supremacy, because of also what Emily brought up. The world worker, the dark proletariat, cannot aspire to just become capitalist. They must aspire to like the terms of a civilization that will make democracy real.
Before Eddie goes, Raju, Nanda, and Purba are going to say goodbye now because it's like really late.
What time is it there?
Like 2 a.m.
It's 11 o'clock.
Oh, 11 o'clock. Oh, that's not
Yeah,
bad.
yeah.
It's pretty bad.
Thank you
Yeah.
for your contributions.
Yeah, thanks. See you next week.
Okay.
Bye.
Yeah. I wanted to continue along your thinking on identifying the human agency and the consciousness in the logic of development that gives us this rich category of civilization, which breaks from Beckert. To the extent, for example, that Du Bois is able to, or engages in political economy, that still is wholly centered on human consciousness. Something that Beckert completely misses in discussing the reconstitution or the reorganization of capital is, for him, it's just a continuation or the transformation of the concrete manifestation of capitalist logic, whereas Du Bois is able to identify, by centering his analysis on consciousness, a new kind of thought that reorganizes the world along the lines of white supremacy. Both the transatlantic slave trade not just being the expansion of capitalist logic of development, but a new kind of consciousness that the planter himself was able to embody and apply, as well as the white worker embodied and applied. And this is like the big epistemic break, the like ultimate, I think most consequential transformation of the world that we're still gripping with right now. And the black worker as a category of civilization makes a break with and is in fundamental opposition to that logic. Basically, I feel like Du Bois is able to identify in that revolutionary period of American history, not that there was a crisis of the economic form of slavery and capitalism in the United States, but a crisis of human relationships, and a crisis of human relationships and a break with the possibility of necessitating the degradation of the human being. And that break the black worker is able to makes it possible for not the continuation of what even Beckert claims is the organization of life, economic forces, or even the organization of life around the degradation of the darker peoples, but the submitting economic forces to a more human law which necessitates the equality and the dignity of man and the development of man and the democratic capacity of man. And this as a logic of development for the American people is a different kind of resolution to what is claimed to be a conflict of classes. And in a certain, this kind of logic.
You say a different resolution.
Yeah.
Could you expand that? That's beautiful, man.
Yeah. So this resolution, I feel, requires a different kind of logic, because I don't feel that like synthesis is completely compatible, where you have the contradiction of like white supremacy and the inferiority of human beings, and what you were working out and expanding on, this like law of love in the workings of man. I don't feel that there's room for much synthesis in this central contradiction. And so like a different kind of, and so I feel like a different kind of resolution has to happen, even though coming from this like new kind of degradation of the human being, which is unprecedented in human history, does require a negation. I feel like the resolution is something that is not completely a synthesis.
Right. Can I just
ask a question? This is very important. A resolution that is not quite a synthesis. It's very important. Could you explain that a little bit more, if you don't mind? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but that is very, because in formal or symbolic logic and in dialectical logic, it all moves towards a resolution. In Hegel, the resolution is a synthesis.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But what is the resolution that you're foreseeing?
Right. So Hegel and Marxist thought puts forward a synthesis, and then, like as you mentioned, symbolic logic. Usually, when you have contradiction, like due to the law, I forget the law. It might be like
excluded middle.
The law of excluded middle, and the law where you say, if something is true, then its opposite cannot be true.
That's right.
And vice versa.
That's right.
Like that is like a certain kind of negation.
That's right.
Which, in a certain extent, does.
Can I just say one thing? In formal logic, you throw out the contradiction. In Hegelian logic, you synthesize the two into something new.
Right. And I don't think neither of those completely fit, to be honest.
That's right.
I just made the case that the synthesis doesn't completely apply, but the complete opposite of just like human degradation, like, yes, that's true, like we don't want that, but I wish I had more vocabulary.
Can I make it concrete? Well, can I try to answer the question?
Okay.
So, because I like what you're saying. So it's like, let's say for Marx, his idea was that capitalism increasingly tends towards what he calls the increasing polarization of these two opposing camps, the capitalists, the bourgeoisie, and the proletariat. And that the synthesis of that great contradiction is one, like literally the rule of the proletariat, like socialism and then communism, but it's also the point of the synthesis is that he argues that that will be, in fact, you need that revolution in order to further free the productive forces of mankind. Like what he sees in, it's not just a greater, more equal system, but it's like in order to unleash, like further unleash what has actually been put on the table by capitalism, you need socialism and ultimately communism to unleash the great productive force of humankind. So that for him is the synthesis. And that Marx and Engels are arguing that that dynamic of class struggle has been the dynamic of human history. But what we're saying is that Du Bois, in identifying this emergence of a triad, one, he's not making the same claims that Marx and Engels are making. He's not saying that all of human history has been a triad of whatever, every society has had its own triad. Like, he's not making that kind of argument. And so instead, like what I feel like Du Bois is outlining or identifying is that you have a world maybe that has been created by capitalism, and yet in the course of this great battle of Reconstruction and in its defeat, the white and the black worker ultimately place themselves on different lines of civilization. And so like what Eddie is saying is like, if we were to make it concrete to America, what we seek is not just the rule of the new class, like the rule of the proletariat, but in many ways it's like, how would you resolve it in that kind of situation? But it's like, no, I know, but like what I'm
use his language. The resolution is not a synthesis. Now, if he meant that, I don't know if you meant that, Eddie.
I did. That's what I think.
You think
right
you
now.
meant it?
Yeah.
Okay, if you meant it, you got okay.
No, but like, but what I'm saying is that for us,
because that's a hell of a thing.
Part of the reason why there are stakes in this is because we in the free school have put all of our eggs in the basket of two civilizations in one nation. That I think is a very different argument than like racial warfare, either two classes or racial warfare. And I think it's very important that we be clear that we're not talking about like literal race war. You know?
Can I just make a suggestion? I take what you said seriously.
Yes.
Thank you.
No, I really do. And it struck me. But I think a resolution which is not a synthesis on the terms of an existing system. A resolution that is different than a synthesis of the two class interests.
Yes, and I guess what I'm trying to work out with Eddie and with all of you is that, like I agree with Eddie that the logic which is set up by this, like this emergence, this new emergence, like Michelle said, of a triad, of a trialectic, this new phenomenon in world history, which obviously shapes America and then shapes the world. Like, its resolution cannot be the same as that which is imagined by Marx and Engels. Basically. But it's like for us, what we would say in concrete political terms is that white people, it's not just like, if we're positing two civilizations in one nation, the resolution to that is not like the synthesis of like those white and black civilization, but we are saying that white people literally have to defect from white civilization and join black civilization.
Yeah, there's still a negation.
Right, it's still a negation, and there's still like some process of like resolving what is actually like creating all of the contradiction itself. But I think that it's, I don't know, I'm not entirely there yet either, but
let me go
ahead.
Okay, my turn.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think going back to this idea of non-violence or soul force or moral force as the mobilization of a civilization, I think is important. And I think we're grasping towards the language. I think I agree that it can't be a synthesis on existing terms. And I think another way that I would say it is that there can be no compromise with whiteness. There cannot be a fusion of two civilizations because white civilization, we would say, is actually anti-human civilization. And so I think when King or Gandhi, I don't remember the exact quote, but I think they're saying non-violence is the only force, the only process by which you do not create an enemy and you don't vanquish an enemy. Somehow you transform that group or that system or that thing that was in contradiction, but somehow you win them over, you transform their essence themselves.
Or you marginalize them. But when I'm sorry. No, I think part of this is what Lawson was grappling with. Is the struggle, is nonviolent resistance about winning majorities or winning enough of the people to affect the majority? Now, is that a short run, a long term, or medium term project? But nonviolence is a deep faith in the people over the long haul.
Yes, and so I think we should work out more of like what exactly the mechanism is, like how we define it. But I think the thing is that it can't be just a classic synthesis because that implies a kind of compromise, I do think. And I think that some of it also has to do with the question of basically the essence of civilization and its basis in democracy, where part of it, I think I'm trying to like build on this thread of like, what does the idea of democracy actually mean? And ultimately, in the American Revolution is what people take from it, like bourgeois revolution or democratic revolution. And I think the meaning of the Second American Revolution or Black Reconstruction is that it takes seriously the idea of democracy, where instead of the bourgeois class taking an idea of democracy and maybe using it to say like, oh, we need this because we can use democracy to defend our own class, to say that we have the right to rule. Whereas can I finish what I'm saying, please?
I just want to make a statement.
Hold it, John, let her finish, then you.
That democracy can never be something that is cynically used or instrumentalized for just the benefit of a single class. And that was the limit of basically the bourgeois where there's this great universal idea of democracy, the equality of man. But then ultimately in its practice, it became the rule of a single class. But I think for the Black proletariat, their idea of democracy is actually completely sincere. And Du Bois says that that is actually what is so like revolutionary about it. How could a so-called backwards, uneducated people dare to believe that actually civilization or a society could be built on that broad base? And I think that that essence of democracy is also the aspiration of like darker humanity. But I think that the contradiction between white civilization, which aspires to like basically a partial democracy, which undermines democracy itself, versus Black civilization, which actually sees a democracy, like other people were saying, a democracy built on its base. And I was thinking about like this thing of the logics of like, okay, capitalism, white supremacy, and then Michelle, you said that the Black worker is basically a representative of like civilization and democracy, like that new kind of logic. And I think when Du Bois in Russian America, he basically asks, like, when he talks about the Soviet Union and that project, he asks like, maybe Russia is groping for a way out, a civilization that will not die of its own contradictions. And I feel like that is in some ways also the problem that the defeat of Reconstruction poses, which is that you embark on this system of like the reconstruction of capitalism, the building of a social system based on white supremacy, but it's a social system that's determined to die of its own contradictions. And essentially, like ultimately that contradiction boils down to like democracy. Can you build a civilization on the subjugation of most of its people? But
Resolution without synthesis. Go ahead, John.
In the statement I wanted to make, I mean, this is a lot of verbiage and getting the logic and so forth from a practical point of view. I'm somebody who has actually lived in the Southeast, and I understand the MAGA movement from a practical point of view, not a theoretical point of view. Within the MAGA movement, when you look at Charlottesville, there is a white supremacist element there. And I know because I saw some of the actors that were involved in it. So you will never get a synthesis of Black and white types of civilization coming together. It's not going to happen, ever, in this country. Because the Reconstruction amendments that were made after the Civil War, that was to bring the Blacks into white society. That never went through, and Grant was the president where he was responsible for that, and the KKK shut it down. So when you look at people like McVeigh, who bombed the federal building in Oklahoma, he was a member of the military. He was in the army, but he was also in the KKK at the same time. When he saw the infringement on the Second Amendment that happened with the Branch Davidians in Waco, Texas, he became angry by that, and then he went and he bombed the government. So there's an element there among the poor whites and among the working class whites. They will never want to compete with Black Americans in the marketplace, and that's the reason why Reconstruction was destroyed, because they didn't want that competition. The reason why they're going against the Latinos now, because a lot of them do not want to compete with the Latinos in the marketplace. They don't want to compete with jobs. If they're blue collar, they don't want to compete with jobs with people who are Latino, who they think should not be in the country anyway. So there will never be a conjunction between Black and white types of civilization. It's not going to happen because they never viewed Blacks as being equal ever in this country. They were an expendable workforce that they wanted to deport out of the country after they were free. That was the goal of the 5th president. His name was his last name was Madison. He wanted to take the Blacks out of the country and put them into Liberia or put them in South America, because he didn't want them in the country because he knew that the whites did not want to compete with them for jobs. So that's like the simplistic way to explain it, rather than getting into the vocabulary that is more academic. And also the fact of the matter is, with artificial intelligence and automation, this could shut down the Black proletariat or the Black working class in a lot of the cities. This is what Bernie Sanders is talking about now. in terms of working class people, because they're going to automate a lot of jobs that black people do in bulk. They're going to be taken out of that workforce. Donald Trump recently fired a lot of federal workers in the DC area. A lot of the African Americans, they work in that sector. That's the reason why they were able to become middle class, because they were able to get government jobs. A lot of blacks find it difficult to get into the private sector because you have to have a high level of education, and also you have to have certain years of work experience. And once you're in the corporate world, there's an internal sort of thing where they provide a reference for you as you move through those different jobs. So for somebody black to get promoted in that world, they have to be very well connected. There's very few blacks that fit into that category. So very few blacks get into the upper middle class where you're making over $200,000 a year. But what Mandami is doing now is, through his taxation, he's starting to alienate a lot of the people that are in the millionaire class or in the billionaire class, or even people who are in the high tier income class where they're the corporate talent. If you tax them too much, you will erode the tax base. And that's the same thing Philadelphia has to think about. Can you attract corporate talent here, whether they be Asian, black, or Arab, or whatever? Can you attract them here if the quality of life is not good and the taxation is too high? And so if you're trying to bolster up the working class and the poor class, you have to balance it out at the same time that you attract the upper class, the people who are making six figures, you attract them into the city. So,
hey John, can I ask you a question? Do you feel there is a resolution to this contradiction as you described it?
The resolution will be, MAGA will tell the black Americans, whether you are upper class or you're working class or you're poor, they would tell you there is no resolution now. You self-deport, you go someplace else, or you voluntarily leave the country, because it's going to get to a point where the dollar really is not stable now. And that's the reason why you're seeing a lot of the inflation pressure with everything going up, because this tariff issue is not really working. And that's not being talked about right now. But if you read a lot of the economic magazines, you'll find out there's a lot of pressure on the American dollar. So what the resolution is going to be is MAGA under Trump, and there is a white supremacist element there. And so they're going to say to black Americans, if you are upper class and you can keep your job and you can go towards your retirement, you can stay in the country. If you are middle class and you feel like there's no more opportunity here for you, you might want to think about deporting to someplace else, maybe someplace in the Caribbean or maybe someplace in South America where you think you can continue your career. But America will not be stable for people who are in the lower class. That's the reason why they're attacking SNAP and these other programs, because they really don't want to pay out these benefits anymore. You know,
so your resolution is that they're basically
they really don't want to subsidize the poor or people who are working class anymore, really, because they're not sure of where the economy may go in the near future.
Yeah, I mean, I think that Nuri said a lot of that when she said that the two civilizations are fundamentally in contradiction, that you can't synthesize that. I think that was said. I think also there used to be a woman who used to come to this class named Alison McDowell, and you know, she was nearly prophetic in that she would talk about the Great Reset and cryptocurrency, digital currency, and smart contracts. And you know, I think that you know, World Cafe Live recently declared bankruptcy. And if you know the background behind that, that was you know, Catherine will tell you about Philadelphia 3.0, which is Silicon Valley tech money being introduced to, they bought World Cafe Live and they wanted to remove the live music, remove the humanity, and have it be a virtual reality entertainment. And it failed utterly and catastrophically. And my argument is that these assumptions, Beckert's logic, Beckert's capitalist logic, where everything becomes marketified, everything becomes, and so now we have these tech monopolies. You see, I disagree that we're being academic here, but I think we're being challenging. And we can't ever confuse the two. We have to push, we have to push the limits of understanding, like Nuri said at the beginning. We have to generate new production of new knowledge and theory with the removal of academia. And the attempt to do that is an academic. I think it's a necessity. For this time, because Alison McDowell, she was just a housewife, man, but she was a genius, and she saw all this in 2016. Nothing that we've said in recent.
Oh yes, I remember.
What happened to her? Susan Napohala too in Mamdani. Mamdani, attacked another member of Free School from 2016.
Who?
He disavowed Susan Napohala.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he did. Yeah, I think yesterday or something. Yeah. But anyway, these two used to be part of, that used to be part of Free School. But Alison McDowell will talk about the Great Reset. But extending the capitalist logic that Beckert uses, there is no resolution. Because capitalism just expands. Dialectics does not have an ability to investigate inside of the totality. Beckert, I think he relies on systems theory, and he talks about nodes, inputs, outputs, archipelagos.
It's not really a dialogue.
I want to just finish by saying, what Alison McDowell, the reason I'm bringing her in, is she's talking about the commodification of your whole damn life. Yeah. Your whole life is on the blockchain. Everything is datafied, going into AI data centers, creating new contracts. You don't need humans to create contracts. You just need to have representations of, so this is the transformation, what Beckert is talking about in his logic, liberating the productive forces so that the productive forces have the ability, so we can go from a petrodollar-based economy to an AI data-based economy, where the unit of the primary unit of the economy now is oil. The primary unit in the future, in the I guess what the World Economic Forum calls what do they call it? The Industrial Revolution 2.0 or something.
It's like the fifth or fourth
industrial revolution.
Now we're in the fifth.
Primary unit of commodity would be data blockchain.
Yeah, he talks
We've been talking about this for almost 10 years here at the Free School, but the Epstein class was so heavily invested in controlling the university, in philanthropy, and the philanthropy was used to collect, and you can look up Whitney Webb, you can look up Alison McDowell, and there's other people. They were collecting data. The NGOs were collecting data on Syrian refugees so that they could commodify poverty. And that's the purpose of NGO. That's the purpose of Bill Gates's NGOs, is to prevent all these vaccines are proprietary technology. Bill Gates has an invested interest in preventing proprietary technology from being made free to the public, because he's the only, proprietary technology is Microsoft's, cash cow. He was using philanthropy as a way to tax-free perform class war, I guess, to use the outdated terminology. What we're talking about is not resolved by, transformation of capital, and Beckert's permanent revolution is the logic that this leads to, and you sort of lead to Alison McDowell, where she doesn't really have a resolution. I think that the resolution has to be, what I said at the beginning, really something deeply human and something in the narrative of the human, and that's why we've been so interested in, Black religion, because it is sort of aspiration. we're trying to measure something that can't be measured, something intangible, and we're trying to understand something intangible. And some people will come and say, "Oh, well, you're just a little group that's trying to understand." Well, there's another little group that's even more powerful. Their ideas are very powerful. That's called the Epstein class. And someone needs to take this. Someone needs to take this battle. Someone needs to take this battle to the Epstein class, not just on the battlefield, but on something that overdetermines the military battlefield, and that is the battlefield of ideas.
Go ahead with your bad self, man.
Okay, because
Samir, why are you waiting till the end of the day to blow it out?
To clarify something I was trying to say earlier, which is that, like, let's say the Leninist resolution to the contradiction is for the working class not just to seize the state, but to smash the state. He says that over and over, to smash the state and then to assert state power.
Yeah.
Like, I guess I'm just trying to be concrete about this stuff because it's like, these are the terms that we're talking about. And I think for us, again, when we talk about like, okay, these big ideas, which may sometimes seem abstract, of like the logic of civilization, two civilizations in one nation. I don't think that we're literally talking about Black people smashing like white like literally, again, like race warfare of like Black on white. And I think that, like, again, what the promise of communism always was you smash the bourgeois state in order to release that which has been put on the table by capitalism in the first place.
Right.
That is the synthetic, that is the, what they call the kind of sublating the contradiction. It's not just that you have this merging of things. I don't think that they, like, even Marx were talking about like merging capitalism or the capitalist and the working class, but it's you overcome the contradiction by taking what is the kernel of what has been created and then unleashing it into a new, like a new synthesis, like a new creation. And so I think in that sense, like maybe there is something of value, but we're right. And I agree with John, I agree with everyone else that in our situation, there can't be a compromise between Black and white civilization. And yet there has to be a human solution to the problem at the same time.
Right. Yeah. Building off of that, the contradiction. Oh man, I got so excited. I'm losing my train of thought.
Losing your mind.
Yeah. Like, one of the, there's both this like synthesis which you worked out, and one of the other like motive force in the transformation, which requires a synthesis in like Marx or Lenin, is, as you mentioned, like the destruction of the state and the seizing of the state, because it's an economic revolution, and the state under a capitalist regime operates to enforce certain relationships in society for the benefit of one class. And then the socialist revolution, communist revolution, destroy that state and then put a new one that can enforce a new kind of economic relationships in society.
Absolutely.
That sounds awesome, man. I'm cool with that. But we are trying to have new modes of human relationships within society, which include economic, but go far beyond it. And I would hope that, in my dream, the economic relationships are emerging out of human relationships that are of utmost nobility and divinity. And so the resolution requires a different mechanism than just a new kind of state. We can't just like use force to seize a state, because these are like human relationships that emerge out of a new consciousness that needs to be part of human beings. And so like the mechanism of producing this consciousness and renewing this consciousness is not simply enforced through like violent force, the way capitalism gave to rise. This resolution, I feel, requires a new mode, a new method of introducing consciousness to introduce new kind of human relationships and to reproduce consciousness, to reproduce these kind of economic relationships, which I think does require a different theory of the state. And yet, I think no state which uses force or not, no state which organizes economic relationships or not can enforce. Yeah.
Would you say that creation of a civilization state would be a resolution?
Could you say that one more time?
I was wondering if he'd say the creation of a civilization state would be a resolution to the problem. You know what I mean?
Not enough, no.
That if it's not just the resolution of like class conflict, where a certain class takes control or creates a state that's in the interest of the proletariat, but a deeper transformation of human beings, which would be reflected in the values of a civilization. Would that civilization? I guess I'm taking things from what we've talked about, civilization states like China, possibly.
Yeah, because I think that's part of what Doc had also written in your like Lenin Du Bois synthesis thing, where the other word that you use to describe a civilization state is a state of the whole people, and like what that state of the whole people actually means. How can there be a whole people if there are Black people and white people and white civilization?
That's right. You know, it's so interesting. You know, in theories of the state, I know that's what Lenin said, that became a slogan for every anarchist that ever breathed. But the Russian state collapsed. The Tsar left. There was no state. And whoever could seize the means of power could proclaim themselves a state, as the Bolsheviks did. In China, the emperor fled. You know, we could, you know, as you say, you're imaginary, Eddie. You know, we have to prepare ourselves for the moment when the state collapses, and we're not that far from it. So what are we preparing for? We're preparing for a new type of state of the whole people to proclaim civilizationally. All of this that, I agree so much with you, Samir. Yes, I do. Although sometimes I wonder if you're listening. Yeah, you are. But you multitask, I know. But you know, if you take the state as a violent expression of class rule, but the state becomes illegitimate. It cannot muster the power to violently do a damn thing. This might be the outcome of this Iran war. So if the state collapses, how does the state reconstruct itself? Well, that's what happened after the Civil War.
But I guess the question is, would the American state collapse so long as whiteness, like white supremacy, is still part of the social?
Well, I think it's possible.
Right.
I think it's very, go ahead.
Right.
Because I think part of the thing is that white supremacy, my question is, the ruling elite, like Samir said, the tiny whatever Epstein class, very, very small, they claim
very
white
small.
Civilization, but then ultimately,
they claim
the state. But how many white people, do enough white people actually support that tiny class? What is that relationship?
Yeah. Well, what's interesting is that in the beginning of Beckert's book, he makes the argument that the whole rise, what eventually becomes the rise of the bourgeoisie, as you know how he calls them revolutionaries. I mean, he says that they share a certain logic where the bourgeoisie in the West, for example, could recognize the bourgeoisie in the East. But what's interesting is you could make the argument today that the Epstein class is so specific that even if you had a certain class of people who technically are like part of the state or operate as technically the bourgeoisie of India or whatever, India, China, wherever, you could make the argument that like they would not recognize the Epstein class Like, and that just shows you that we're beyond, for example, we're beyond a certain logic of capitalism.
Yes, yes.
Like, I
yes,
found that kind of interesting.
yes.
I was thinking a lot about that. And in fact, there, even within the US, those, for example, like would even, let's just take the CEOs or financiers, how many of them would recognize the logic, would recognize the Epstein class as their own? That's, I don't know, I guess I was just thinking in terms of that.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You were saying, see, I would argue that whatever Epstein is, the Epstein class is that tiny group of people who both control the state, control the universities, and control the financial instruments.
Yeah, and I guess, well, what I'm arguing is that is beyond Beckert's logic.
Oh yeah.
That is beyond.
Oh, no question.
That is unseeable, unknowable, or unseeable by a logic of capitalism.
That's like part of the.
Wait a minute, John. Wait a minute. God damn. Go ahead.
No, that was it.
Damn.
Magna wanted to come in.
Megan wants to say something.
Oh, I mean, I think the discussion has moved on, but yeah, I do think one thing interesting Beckert says is at the end is this thing of pessimism. That never before has a capitalist class been so pessimistic. Right. And he talks about all these tech CEOs going and building islands off the coast of San Francisco, and they have a plane ready to whisk them away. They have dual citizenship. And I think there is a relation between the future and having a vision for the future. And yeah, I just think this thing of optimism versus pessimism is just important to, I mean, the fact that we believe that there is a resolution. I think even going there and believing in that is so important. Whereas, yeah, like even someone like Allison, who does so much deep research into all of this, ultimately ends up in a kind of pessimism. That is really the logic of capitalism. But yeah, anyways, I think the conversation was going somewhere else, but
I feel like sorry, just that, like, I feel like the real meaning of even why we talk about nonviolence is because the historical example with the Indian freedom struggle is not that the British state just collapsed. The British Empire did not just collapse and India became free, but that the Indian freedom struggle forced the British state to absolutely rule. And I think that, to me, is ultimately the promise of nonviolence.
But see, isn't that the issue?
Right.
The forces of the state, I mean, Magna draws attention to it. Yeah. She calls it pessimism. I call it nihilism. Right. The ruling elite does not see a future and will abandon the state. I mean, isn't that what the czars did? Isn't that what the Chinese emperor did? The evidence throughout the world is that in a deep crisis, ruling elites run for the hills.
I just have a different...
And take their money with them.
Because if anything, the Iran war shows to us that a ruling elite, that elite with that level of pessimism, are literally going to start World War III because of their pessimism.
Well,
that's the real thing.
But isn't that another expression of their? Well, see.
Yes. See, but does it mean that they will automatically leave the state?
Well, I'm not saying automatically.
Right.
It's a combination of things. In Russia, there was the World War I.
Yeah.
Russia was a major front of the battle. Mm-hmm. The Russian, unlike the Soviet state, where Stalin led the fight to preserve the state, in World War I, the Tsar abandoned the state. Mm. It was a combination, of course, of economic crisis, dissatisfaction of the people, seeing their sons come home in body bags or not come home. But the state, and so at that point, the crisis of legitimacy reached a certain point that the Tsar fled. This is in a country where it was said Russia could not be ruled without a Tsar. Because the Tsar was the manifestation of the Russian people's connection to God. And they fled. I'm telling, I mean, please, I'm not telling you, but I would suggest that this crisis, and especially this war crisis, is of such depth and magnitude. Never Have Americans entered a war without a majority of people supporting it at the outset? Except this time. You know, there are a lot of signs that the state could collapse. I'm not saying, you know, what comes next, of course. That's all.
This might be a good place to, because I actually think this will be the topic of the next session. So maybe Nuri, you should give us a sense of how we should prepare for the next session.
Yeah, so I think today we laid out and established sort of various logics of history, the logic of capitalism presented by Beckert, the question and the problem of social change. We've established that Reconstruction and the Black proletariat are like the example, the concrete universal for human striving of establishing new social relations and potentially a way of actually changing society for this time. I think our hypothesis is that that's also what we find in the 20th century. And so I think we really need to discuss like concretely actually the 20th century and the present crisis. And so I'm suggesting that we talk about sort of two tracks of thought. One, as we started talking about today, what are the developments in the logic of the state and the ruling elite? And when we say logic, it's not a rational logic. It's not a logic that has to make sense, but rather what are the principles that actually govern it, that define it? Is it different from the bourgeois state? Is it something new? By the ruling elite, who are the ruling elite? Can we actually investigate their consciousness? And through that, I think we should talk about the counter-revolutions against democracy, the counter-revolutions against consciousness. We can talk about neocolonialism, deindustrialization, the fall of the Soviet Union. We can also talk about Epstein and AI, if that's relevant.
And Detroit.
And yes, Detroit. And then the second thing that we should dedicate a lot of focus to is this idea of Du Bois as an originator of a new world movement of thought, and whether and how it leads to this idea of an all-humanity struggle. And so we should talk about the civil rights movement, the Black freedom movement, and Bandung, the world anti-colonial struggles, the new international economic order, and especially, I think, the rise of China and the rise of Asia in the world today. And yeah, the extent to which these draw on or are an expression of what is started with Black Reconstruction. And yeah, this idea of an Afro-Asiatic reconstitution of the world, all of these I think are terms that we have used to try to lay out or to try to propose what could be a resolution to the crisis. And so I think we should draw on the 20th century, the actual struggles of the world's peoples. And then also, yeah, in relation to this idea of a new ruling elite or a small state, like a new state. Yes. So yeah, that's all that I have. Should we end? Should I read comments or? No?
Been going for 4 hours.
Okay, I think we can end. Okay.
Thanks, everyone.
It's time to say bye.
We'll be here next Sunday.
Next Sunday, right?
Sunday at
Yeah, next Sunday, not next Saturday.
At 9:30?
9:30.
Right in early.
Okay, thank you.
I mean,